yourself and create your own destiny. Don't fear failure.
Perhaps there was an age where people dreamed of the possibilities in the outer space.
With high expectations, human beings leave Earth.
To outer space! Every one of us!
This is a pretty large-scale operation.
Right, but it'll be dangerous.
So what? That's never stopped us before.
Right, but it'll be dangerous.
Commence operation!
We'll commence operations in 7 minutes.
1904. Proceed to R2D.
Power levels to maximum.
Understood. Second unit, stand by for orders.
Get straight for the atmosphere.
We all have to make it up to space! Be patient.
Tactics level cleared. Continuing on strategic.
As requested, you are now connected to outer space.
Never forget how beautiful the Earth looks from afar.
Outer space. It's so quiet.
The remaining frontier is outer space.
Will you please come with me?
Where to?
Outer space.
I hope I'm not too late.
I wonder how long I'll be able to see the moon like this.
The majority of people living in space are either technicians or laborers.
All right, take her up. Yeah, that's it. Keep her going.
All areas functioning.
Looks like we won't have any interference this time.
The shuttle will soon enter the atmosphere. Please be sure to fasten your seatbelt and remain seated.
We're ready to enter the atmosphere.
Next time we go out to space, how about leaving yourself a little bit of free time? Talented people are capable of understanding us.
Continuing our top local story. Hundreds of people reported seeing bright glowing objects in the skies over Tokyo last night.
It's coming.
The world will not be destroyed. It will merely change.
Activating launch sequence. Counting countdown. I just control the operation of the system. Deciding to use it is the job of the original race.
I don't like this. I've got a really bad feeling.
Anything else that might get in the way of our ideal must be destroyed immediately.
Are you crazy?
Eliminating the boundaries between nations.
Thinking is not enough. Let me repeat that. If this mission fails, if we are unsuccessful,
We have no future. This is not meaningless. This result is natural.
Commence destruction.
Yeah, whatever.
That's what I mean. That's the attitude that's ticking people
Continuing our somewhat
I'm trying to rid myself of my gentle nature.
Stop it, please. So you think you complete God? Of course not.
Well, it's just like it is with the stars. There are bright ones and there are those that are dim.
Why can't I make you understand? This is insane!
Nothing good can ever come from staying with normal people.
Be very careful.
Yes, Norman.
Master Roger. In West Dome number 5, there's a report of a giant robot.
A mechanized army of circuitry and metal, cold and emotionless, carry out tasks without conscience. Robots, thousands, programmed for destruction. March towards the future. It's coming. Man's greatest inventions, making the impossible possible, are no longer under our control.
Technological strength will just become a threat to the Earth.
This new breed of technology makes humanity obsolete. Robots, thinking, acting on their own, begin their march toward domination. These machines, built by man, serve no one. The robots among us, watching, waiting, calculate their new world order. Their time is coming. They cannot be stopped.
Attention, strange weapons are approaching. Attention, strange weapons are approaching.
With perfect weapons and superior intelligence, robots rule this planet. Let the fall of mankind give way to a new age.
This little mudball of a planet is doomed anyway.
Get set and go.
Have assembled. The lines have been drawn. The stakes are incalculable. The rewards unbelievable.
This could be your last chance for freedom and power.
This fight is all or nothing. It's showtime! Every weekday at 5, Cartoon Network is building you a better cartoon show. The finest action cartoons all assembled in one place.
Time to crash the party.
Die, planet, die! You crazy little fool! You're gonna get yourself killed!
I will destroy him.
Use any means necessary.
We won't be intimidated by criminal threats.
We call this Toonami. Tougher than the best. Stronger than the rest. Weekdays 5 to 7 and midnight to 1 a.m. Only on Cartoon Network. Accept no substitutes.
Hey there, Toonami faithful. Got some good news. Remember back in the day when your favorite show was 3 hours long?
Sounds like fun to me.
Well, guess what? We're back to full strength.
Now you understand.
That's right. Starting Monday, June 3rd, it's on. 3 full hours of the best action cartoons on television.
There's a whole dimension of fighting techniques that you don't know yet.
Toonami, weekdays 4 to 7. Ain't nothing changed.
We apologize for this interruption in programming. It is only temporary.
I feel it. There's something very bad close by.
Perhaps those miserable humans would appreciate a little light show.
Every weekday at 4, Cartoon Network's building you a better cartoon show. We call it Toonami.
We cannot be defeated!
Toonami, weekdays 4 to 7. And check the midnight run every weeknight at 12.
We won't be intimidated by criminal threats.
We've regained control.
You've seen the signs, the writings on the wall. Our time has come. We're taking over Cartoon Network. Toonami, full cycle, a 24-hour Toonami marathon. April 8th, 6 a.m. Let's get started. Boom. 2 hours of Toonami just isn't enough.
When will they ever learn?
So we're giving you 24 in one shot.
They're freaking out.
A full day of the greatest action cartoons on the planet.
You'll never get away with this.
And we're kicking off the world premiere of the Garlic Jr. Saga.
It's you. I'm taking over.
An all-new DVC miniseries. Toonami, full cycle. April 8th, 6 a.m.
So be it.
Kicking it.
Get ready for a double whammy.
Let's get started.
Monday through Friday night, Toonami's taking over the TV. Here's the breakdown. Midnight, Gundam Wing, Uncut. Yeah, you heard me. 12:30 Dragon Ball Z, the greatest action cartoon ever made.
Unbelievable!
Toonami, the Midnight Run. Tonight, midnight to 1 a.m. Thank us later. Only Toonami.
Nighttime at Toonami's changing, but it's always for the better.
Come on. That's it. Hit him with everything you got.
At midnight via 8 MST.
Now it's your turn!
Followed by Outlaw Star at 12:30.
Have faith in me, guys. Enjoy the ride. You're in good hands.
Toonami, the Midnight Run. Tonight at 12. Sleep is for the weak. Midnight Run looks a little different. Dragon Ball at 12. Outlaw Star at 12:30.
I like it already.
Toonami, the Midnight Run. Tonight at 12. Fear the change. Nighttime at Toonami's changing, but it's always for the better.
Come on.
What does this drain energy? At midnight, you get all new DVC.
Now let's just see what you can do.
Followed by Outlaw Star at 12:30.
Have faith in me, guys. Enjoy the ride. You're in good hands.
Toonami, the Midnight Run. Tonight at 12. Ain't nothing changed. Midnight looks a little different. All new Dragon Balls at 12. Tension Leo at 12:30.
You're so lucky.
Toonami, the Midnight Run. Sleep is for the weak. Nighttime at Toonami is changing, but it's always for the better.
The sleeper has awakened.
At midnight, you get all new episodes of Dragon Ball Z.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Followed by Tenchi Muyo 12:30.
Roger. Tenchi, I want you to flirt with me too.
Ah, get serious.
Toonami, The Midnight Run. Sleep is for the weak.
Fight's just beginning. Fire!
War has awakened an ancient scourge.
It's coming.
What's coming, Fiona?
An evil force that will bring destruction to this entire planet.
The keys to its destruction depend on the courage of a brash young pilot, his mysterious organoid,
Let's get him, Zeke!
and the memories locked in a young girl's mind. Zoid's Chaotic Century, next Monday at 4:30. Now, there's a reason to rumble.
Gundam premiering next Monday at 5. Only Toonami. Love, honor, sacrifice, revenge, and a whole lot of destruction. Let's get things started. Gundam fight all set. Ready? Go! I will get rid of them with my own hand. Your crime shall not go unpunished. Let's do it. Fire! What's happening? Totally insane. Take this! My love, my anger, and all of my sorrow! G Gundam. Weekdays at 5. Only Toonami. Ladies and gentlemen, over the years, Toonami's given you some of the greatest cartoon shows ever made. Now we're proud to present our newest edition, a program about love, honor, sacrifice, revenge, and a whole lot of destruction. Let's get things started. Gundam fight all set. Ready? Go! I will get rid of them with my own hands. Your crime shall not go unpunished. You still haven't figured out my true identity. Let's do it. Now, fire! What's happening? They think the planet Earth is nothing more than a playground. Prove your worth to the Shaolin Temple. Totally insane. Take this! My love, my anger, and all of my sorrow! You intend to shoot your own brother? Will never be forgiven! G Gundam, premiering next Monday at 5. Only Toonami.
Get ready for a double whammy.
Let's get started.
Monday through Friday night, Toonami's taking over the TV. Here's the breakdown. Midnight, Gundam Wing, Uncut. Yeah, you heard me. 12:30 Dragon Ball Z, the greatest action cartoon ever made. Unbelievable. Toonami, the Midnight Run. Tonight, midnight to 1 a.m. Thank us later. Only Toonami.
Those who would lay lies on a Gundam shall not live to tell about it.
Alright, that's a good place to stop, right at 7. Good. I usually do the Toonami intros until 7, and then I turn on the voice. Typically Dave's a minute or two late, we'll see. Hazen should be in here in a second too, so. But as usual, he just got me to start up. But we got some new people in the chat. Well, people I know, but I don't think I've seen them in the chat on this before. I cannot show you what I'm drawing because it's going to have back sack, so sorry, kids. Oh, someone came in.
Hey.
There's Dave, right on time. Goodness gracious.
Right on the dot, although my stream hasn't started yet, so I'm technically still late.
They can hear you on my stream, so don't worry about it, buddy.
All right.
Also, I don't know about you, but I got my first Twitch payout the other day. That felt pretty good, got to say.
Hey, nice. You're making money on Twitch. You're a big league star now.
It was actually a decent. I was surprised at the amount. I was like, oh, hey, that's not bad. Happy
All
to
right.
see
Well,
that.
now it's time for us to start fighting over.
Yeah. Okay.
How much of that should...
Oh God. No, I was just like, oh, cool.
Some of that's gonna be mine.
That's
I provide a lot of the content. I provide a lot of the valuable conversation. Maybe not about video games or anime or humor. I might not provide much in the way of charisma, but the other stuff, man, that's all me.
You provide the anger, the business insight, the know-how, all of the
At least the
all,
anger.
all of the Dreamkeepers fans. That's all you. I don't bring any of the Dreamkeepers fans in, so.
Yeah, you just gotta start getting commissioned for the right adult art, and then you'll be right there.
I am surprised none of them, because like those guys are commissioning adult Dreamkeepers art all the time. I'm surprised none of them have hit me. Not just from you, from all sorts of people. I'm surprised none of them have hit me up for that yet. But
I think it's just because our styles are so different. Which
that's
personally,
true.
I think I like that our styles are so different. But
yeah, me too.
If a big part of it for them is like the style. Like I could see if someone gets into like false start, since you now have a website, and I think people are hitting up.
www.bonitascomics.com if you want to read all my stuff. It's all there, except for the Patreon exclusive stuff. That's obviously, that comes out later. But Bonus had a Twitch promotion. I did. Twitch promoted me to money earner. Face cam tonight because I got to draw a guy who's got back sack going on. Sorry, guys. Twitch doesn't like that, so he's got a butt.
Well, I'm about to do the thing where I go live on platforms now, and I am drawing totally clean stuff, so people can.
You weren't doing that all week, though.
Totally clean stuff.
You guys were working on quite the unclean piece.
I call it the big tuna commission. I wanted to do, if I'm going to do an orgy piece, it's like, this is going to be a beautiful orgy piece, yeah.
I like the censored version because there's fucking mist everywhere.
Well, it was hard because it's like, okay, the censored version, it can't show any of the adult stuff, but it's like, you can't just have the mist be like a tiny like little block of mist or it'll look weird.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so I gotta go in there and make it look like misty, but it has to be totally opaque. So it wound up just looking like they all got like clouds put on top of everything. It's
there's
like,
clouds everywhere. I mean, yeah, it's a multi-character orgy. There's gonna be clouds. If you're gonna cover it, those coverings, they're gonna be all the fuck over the place.
Yeah.
No, you did that. That obviously looked very, very nice. And speaking from experience, I know how much work those are. They take forever.
It's a lot of work, but the customer was a very, very welcoming customer, and kidding. I was like, no, I'm gonna make this look really good, then I'm gonna draw volume 5.
Yeah, I know you wanted to get that out of the way. Yeah, those guys were thrilled with it. They made a whole little server just to talk about it and stuff. Like they were all about it.
They made a server just for that commission. Wow.
They did, yeah. No, they invited me. It's really funny. Because my Bone is in that commission. Because they asked me. They were like, "Oh, Bone, do you want to be in?" I was like, "Oh, why not? So you can spot me in there." Doop.
Yeah, I'm glad it came out looking okay. Like I know when you're like in the computer and you're like zoomed in with all the color and you're like, man, this looks so rough and like there's no detail and people are gonna think I suck. But then you like look at the whole picture and you're like, oh, that's because it was like 5 pixels tall. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, well, and I get that way when I do them too, just because it's like you get really it gets really needly and you kind of forget like, oh right, there's like 30 characters here, and that's complicated and fun to look at.
Yeah. And now that I am live, reminder for anyone tuning in that the comments are read from the Bonitis Twitch channel. So if you want to comment, you want to get your comment possibly read or whatever, go to twitch.tv/Bonitis.
And I do read all comments. All right, I read through all of them as the chat goes, because unless it gets going really fast, which does happen sometimes. If you definitely want it read, there is a tip jar. I can put the link to that in there if people want. We are also Prime enabled, as you now know, because I got my first Twitch paycheck. So those are appreciated. Apparently, you can just, I don't know, how does the likes thing work? I don't know if I have that set up, because I know you've been getting like likes on your stream.
Yeah, you gotta put something in your stream. I'm hearing an echo. I don't know if that's coming through your end or.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I had this open in a browser anywhere.
Oh, okay. I don't know why you'd have an echo. I've got.
Might just be Discord having a moment. But anyways, yeah, to do that, you put an alert box in your stream, and then when you get alerts, it should put those in your.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do these even work? Yeah, you can highlight your messages and stuff. That all works. We want to do emotes and stuff, but it's just, one more thing to do, when we're not busy drawing orgies and comics and God knows everything else we do.
I think there's like an emote pack of Dreamkeeper's stuff on Telegram, so I wonder if we could just take the same thing and just be like, hey, does anyone want to format it for Twitch? Boom,
That's a job for Hazen or Coyote or someone who knows how to do that stuff.
Yeah.
The dragon dicks come first, my dude. Yeah, well, dicks pay the bills. They sure do. I actually got a really big. I actually made decent money this week. I had the Twitch paycheck come through. Someone bought a bunch of originals, and then someone else reserved a very expensive commission in June. So
good.
Yeah, good week.
Especially with like the nefarious genius of Hazen on the job, I expect we'll be using that website and getting more people into your comic and building up for a nice big Indiegogo sometime probably this spring.
Yeah, people like having that as a place to read it. I did do the thing where I polled the people on Patreon because I remember I called you about like, hey, I want to release all this, but everybody was fine with it. Everybody's like, yeah, whatever. I think they're all just there. They're all on the Patreon for the porn, so they were like, yeah, put the weird comic up. We don't care.
Nice. Well, I'd say you've got some really cool backers if they're chill enough to be like, yeah, go for it. Share with more people.
I think I've also built up some goodwill because I really don't ask for stuff like that ever, so that doesn't hurt.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, even bonus for them, it's like, well, then they can read the whole thing on like a website with arrow key navigation, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, not just read it on Patreon. 100% hyped for the stream, guys. Director 240. I don't know who that is, but thanks. That's cool.
Oh yeah, and I don't know what you were posting, but I was posting like, oh, what are the internet fallback points? Find out tonight, because
boy, you sure need them.
Well, usually I post around the stream link to like all the social media, including all my little like, oh, just in case Twitter boots us, I'll build up a presence in all of these different platforms. And guess what? A lot of those platforms I was not able to post a link in tonight because they've been taken off the fucking internet.
Yeah, Parler's still gone. That one, I think Parler might be gone forever. Like, I was just like, well, it seems like people are using this again, and you can post adult stuff now, so I'll start using this. The next day, gone. I'm like, well, all right. Now everybody's saying you got to use Minds, but I'm already seeing they're trying to take that one out through the. It's like, Jesus Christ, like, it's awful.
Yeah, although one place that is still up that I forgot, ironically, the one place that's up is I forgot to cross post to is Telegram.
Telegram's our friend. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
But I was about to, I was going to post it in Parler, post it in Gab. It's like, oh, Parler doesn't work now. Oh, Gab is gone. It's just taking.
Is Gab gone?
It takes so long for the page to load. It like literally takes over 5 minutes, so it might as well be.
Okay, I know Andrew Torba's like a fucking weirdo nutcase, but I didn't know Gab was having server issues.
And I mean, yeah, a lot of these people running these alternative sites are like goofy or colorful or dumb or whatever.
And that's fine.
Like,
you know what? I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
as long as they run a good website.
They should be exactly like they should still be allowed to have a site that people would like to use. It's really heartwarming to see our corporate overlords coming together in unity, lots and lots of unity to totally eradicate competition. They're unified and making sure no one else can touch their monopoly. It's beautiful.
Like, I want to ask how it's legal, but it's like it just doesn't matter. Like, you can ask, oh, why is that legal? There's no answer. It's pure hypocrisy. And the next thing is, what are you going to do about it? Like, there's nothing you can do about it other than like if you want to just fucking suicide bomb their servers in Minecraft or something, but like.
Well, plus I think we're moving into a what is it? It's a corporatocracy, and the questions of legal and illegal, it's like that stuff. It's not really relevant anymore because it doesn't affect what people can do to you and what you are allowed to do yourself. It's like, are you allowed to like say certain words? Or it's like, no, that we're ruled by a new set of laws that they don't even call it a law, so that you can't really speak out against it or have any recourse against it. It's just but effectively we're kind of outlaws.
Well, I mean, you also have to look at it as these laws don't matter to powerful people because, like, right now, on January 20th, we're going to inaugurate a guy who was on the judicial committee for the Waco massacre, a guy who looked at that and said, no wrongdoing. That's our next president. Like, of course they're fucking like, you know, a bunch of people died face down in the dirt, choking on tear gas with their children in their arms. No wrongdoing. Also, I'm president now. It's like, all right, well, you really think?
You think that's bad?
You think that's bad?
Hey, Nico, how's it going?
Decent. I'm gonna go to bed soon, but I'm gonna be here for
yeah, I know
maybe
you're
an
on
hour.
like you're on like Belgian time or whatever, so Dutch time. That's right.
Netherlands.
I gotta get this stuff. Sorry, I know so many Europeans. It gets confusing.
Sorry, you can tide us over while Hazen Cruz is on the way in. I think he's planning on making it tonight, but he's probably just catching up on a little beauty rest.
Sure. Yeah, I know he works like weird hours. He works like a night shift from what I've put together, but I don't really know what he does.
What do you want to bet? He's a vampire. Probably.
Oh, that'd be cool. I do like vampires.
That would be cool.
We're basically living in a cyberpunk dystopia. I really wanted when I was 15, but now it kind of sucks. Yeah, like everybody's calls it the cyberpunk dystopia, but without any of the cool aesthetics. That's what everybody's saying.
That's why I think the word for it is soyberpunk, spelled S-O-Y.
The soyberpunk, yeah, it does kind of feel
it takes
that
out
way.
all the edgy stuff, all the swearing, all of like I'm an evil corporate overlord, haha. And it's like all of that stuff that's overt and out there and masculine and fun and like as visually aesthetic. It's like all that is stripped away, and it's just like, don't say naughty words. You have to respect people's feelings. Well, meanwhile, they like starve you to death on purpose.
It's fucking weird. I don't know. Yeah, I the whole the social media, like very clear, like tech oligarchy, I guess is what people are calling it. It's like so blatant and apparent, and I just don't see it going anywhere because why would it? You know.
Well, yeah, it's the sort of thing where it just like work it out. Like, what's the game theory? It's like, when is there an opposing force that would be a check on their power? It's like that was, on paper that's supposed to be the government, but the government is totally bought off. So.
Yeah, they're into it. They like the tech oligarchy. It's kind of a tit for tat thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, you guys have more power, and you silence the people that we want you to silence on command, and then, oh, gee whiz, we'll just make sure that you can continue to get super wealthy off of this infrastructure that only you have access to, and oh, surprise, surprise, we get campaign donations. How lovely.
Now I know they're even cracking down in Telegram. They've been getting rid of some of the more what we lovingly refer to as schizo channels.
Someone was saying that in one of the chats. They're like, oh, some of these things are getting deleted. And I was like, channels deleted in Telegram? Like, that's news to me. So you got to fill me in on what is... Because I thought Telegram was the weird offshore, like, free speech thing where they just didn't give a rip. They just let you talk to other people that wanted to talk to you.
Now, people have been sending them to me, like, because, like I said, they're usually what we call schizo channels, where it's like memes, conspiracy theories, and people worried about weird race shit. And part of me is like, well, I don't like those channels. They're really annoying because people forward me news from them all the time. And it's like, oh, yes, thank you. This is great. But at the same time, it's like, I'm kind of the mind, it's like, well, they can follow whatever stupid news they want. I don't follow it, and I can look at this and say, that's dumb. Just let people... I'm fine. If people want to be misinformed, that's fucking fine. The whole world's we're all misinformed on things. If we got rid of all misinformation, like what does that even... Where does that even go? Like... It's been not too many, but yeah, some channels, like I said, it's more extreme channels on Telegram are getting nuked. And Telegram has gotten rid of channels in the past. It was usually just like illegal stuff, like child porn, people, like terrorist groups, that kind of thing. But now they're cracking down on misinformation, and that always gets a little like.
Well, the thing that I don't like about that is like, I'm not like a big lover of misinformation, but one, there's no such thing as information. All the stuff we get from the corporate, shill networks, that's all misinformation too. So if there's going to be misinformation broadly, I'd at least like there to be a diversity of misinformation. So eventually maybe the truth can shake out to a degree. So there needs to be, if these gigantic corporations are allowed to tell us their lies, Joe Schmo that works at a blue-collar job and has $5 in his bank account, he should be allowed to tell his stupid lies too. I think that's only fair. But the other thing, and this is the part that really gets to me, is we've heard this the same bullshit before where it's like, oh no, we're only going after the bad people. We're only going after these people.
Who decides who's a bad person? I never like that.
Kicked off of Twitter and Cloudflare and YouTube. Why Alex Jones is just a bad man. What, you think it'll happen to you? You're crazy. You think it'll happen to other people? That's conspiracy talk. It's just him. And it's like every time I've heard that, it's like, nope, fast forward 2 to 3 years and they are getting rid of artists every time.
So yeah, they catch artists. Yeah, it's bad.
So it's like, I'm sorry, but these crazy schizo people, they are the canary in the coal mine. It's like, I want them to be allowed to speak, because if they're allowed to speak,
just let them.
It means that there's freedom. And as soon as people start killing these harmless, like, batshit lunatics, it means, then they're going to be coming for us sooner or later.
Those idiots are my buffer zone, because the next thing they come for is porn artists, and then I'm fucked. It's always how it goes. First they go for crazy people, then they go for guys that draw porn. We have seen it many times, many such cases. God, I don't know.
Thinking about that some recently here, because I was doing this cool big orgy commission, and it's a big pile of fun. I don't often do like the sexy stuff, but it's like, hey, this is a really nice customer. He's paying really well. So it's like, cool, this will be fun. But then it's like, part of me is just thinking, can I even post this anywhere, like, ever? Because now even Patreon is getting in on the like off-platform behavior, and like
I know.
They're booting some people that do porn. Not all people that do porn.
No one seems to know when or why either. It just seems completely random.
It's well, I mean, if I was going to be cynical, I would say it's probably based on how well you know the Patreon moderation staff and whether you're like one of their favorite little people or not.
Yeah, it could just be like people like, oh, well, this is an artist that he wouldn't take my commission one time, so let's just ban him because I can. I mean, you and me, we've experienced that directly. If people have that power to ban you from the thing they're in, they will, just because, and they will not give you a reason, or if they do, it won't make any sense.
And in my experience, they've, over-emailed, like flat out lied to my face about it.
Well,
it's like, oh, we want to work with you so bad. If only there was room. If only there was room in the dealer's room this year. This year, when it's like twice as much space as it's ever had in the history of the dealer's room, it's like, you say you want to work with me really, really bad, but then you have me blocked on social media and we've never interacted there. So I'm not sure why that is.
Well, I liked that one because you pointed that out, and then they unblocked you for like a week.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, we're so sorry. That was the part where you knew there was bullshit, because they're like, "Oh, it was just a mistake. It was a mistake. It was on accident. We never would do that on purpose. It was totally a mistake." And I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. Apology accepted. It's whatever. Have a good one. Bye." Oh, thank you for the Ethan Frazier, very much.
Someone says.
So yeah, I was like, cool. No problem. No big deal. See ya. And then like a couple weeks later, they had me blocked again. So it's like, I wonder if it was an accident again. Like, did their finger slip twice in a row? Like,
hey,
I'm only so naive.
Yeah, you can only be so nice to these people. Someone in the chat.
Andrew Fry, thank you.
Someone in the chat saying it's funny they aren't gonna boot InCase or DMYRY. I don't know who either of those people are. So if you want to fill me in, Dictator, please do.
Yeah, but so as these platforms are kind of being eradicated from the mainstream left and right, I do have some hope. And actually, it's funny that Andrew Fry just gave us a favorite, because he is one of the masterminds behind Crypto Comics, and they have some things in the works that will be very helpful on this front, because people are talking about, what's the future of the internet, essentially. And people that are very smart.
It's crypto and federated services seems to be the way to go.
Yeah, stuff that is decentralized, stuff that is maybe set up on the blockchain, and stuff that is crypto-based, so that you can't just have a payment process or nuke it into oblivion. And Crypto Comics kind of checks all those boxes, and it allows you to distribute art. And since we know these guys like personally, and they're cool, and they're not going to be coming in and being like, oh, because there's the existence of a nipple on your art, you got to be gone, goodbye forever. No, they're not going to pull that stuff. So I think that they seriously have some good alternatives. And on top of that, let's just say like their servers are very secure. We'll say that. It's not like, some web servers you go to, if you piss off the wrong
well, that was why Parler went
they're
down
just
so
going to come
fast.
after you, and then boom.
That was why Parler went down so fast. Their
Yep.
servers were through Amazon. Amazon was just like, goodbye, and then they had like no way to back them up apparently. Like they were just like, oh, they got totally fucked.
Yeah. And in the past I've been sort of like, oh, I got to use what I got to use. I'm not going to say what it is here, but Vivid might be in a position to be getting some much more robust servers, even for our websites in the near future.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
So I mean, I know we just got bonitiscomics.com set up, but we might be getting it set up even better, like down the road. We're going to be premiering and testing it out on the Dreamkeeper site and seeing what can we do, what is viable, and like how much would we have to charge for it, or things like that. But let's just say we do have some really robust alternatives in the works. And again, it is very much thanks to the fact that these Crypto Comics guys, they've been kind of on this stuff really hardcore, like behind the scenes for quite a few years now. So they're ahead of the game, and they're good people to know.
Yeah, well, we're always networking, and we're always on the watch out for where we have to go next. I mean, it was like, well, Parler went down. Yep. Twitter, that could be numbered days for us. For me, Twitter's practically worthless anyway. I'm on so many block lists. I just cannot. Yeah, I just cannot grow on there. It's it's not fair. But, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, because I mean, it's not only are you like on block lists, but this is for me too. It's like, well, how hard are they shadow banning my account? Because they have their little spreadsheet. They whitelist the blue ticks. They blacklist the people that they want to eradicate from existence. So it's like, and I'm sure it's not just a black and white thing. There's probably a whole spectrum of stuff. So yeah, it's like, where am I on that spreadsheet? Am I on the like totally in the clear? Am I on the throttle him 20%? Just mitigate his audience reach like by this.
And this isn't because we're like super famous or anything. It's just these things are based on algorithms, who you follow, who follows you. It's someone at Twitter HQ just not liking you personally, that kind of thing. So.
And did you see the Twitter Jack Dorsey leak this week? That was pretty funny too.
Oh yeah, he was. God,
the one where he was on video being like, "Oh yeah, like this censorship that we've been doing, we've got to do way more of it, guys, and we're going to be doing it for way longer."
I don't know.
So good job, team. Good job, team, on this current censorship push. But buckle up, because we're just getting started.
And that's just so weird to me, because I've been fucking around on the internet since the 90s, and crazy people and conspiracy theories and dumb information and racist people have been on the internet since then. And it was just always like, yeah, you just ignore them. You ignore them, you mute them, you block them. No, like you're just, yeah, they're weird, annoying. Who cares? Now it's something. Well, we got to do something about it. It's like. It was fine. You just blocked them. Like they weren't. Oh, that's a crazy person. That's all you need to know. Like.
Plus, there's an unfortunate human bias where as soon as people know that an information source has been censored or suppressed, I think there was a study about this. They then go forward to assign that information source more credibility than they otherwise would have. So when you do this stuff, what you're sending the message, even to like the massive normies, you're sending the message, oh, this information has to be suppressed because it's so dangerous, and it's because there's something to it. And it's like, no, there's nothing to it. It's just crazy. It's just annoying. It's just stupid. Just be like, oh yeah, they're stupid and annoying. You should probably ignore them. That's it. As soon as you rip away their ability to communicate, everyone's like, well, what were they trying to say?
Yeah. Oh, and you're still getting that third-party tools thing to pop up. That sucks. God, that's annoying.
Thank you, Twitch.
Oh, someone did something. Something's gonna pop up.
You just got a jingle.
I did. I don't know. Eric. No, that's old. That said that was 17 minutes ago. I don't know what happened. I don't know why it. I don't know why it jingled at me. Oh, there it is. Chad. Oh, Chad Perkins says, I know Chad. I know that guy. Chad's followed the stream. Thanks, Chad.
Oh look, in my multi-stream, I'm seeing comments like Andrew Fry says we are big fans of nipples. Real Acer Gomez says hello guys. However, make sure if you want your comments to get read even better, because I barely check my comments, go to twitch.tv/Bonitis.
Yeah, go to Bonitis Uno. I do not. Bonitis is some other guy on Twitch. I'm Bonitis everywhere but Twitch and my email.
Oh, twitch.tv/Bonitis Uno. Man, who's that? Who's the jerk who stole your name?
Who's that man? Who is he? I'm unaware of anyone blocking me on Twitter, but that's probably... Oh, God. Sometimes I'll look at threads on Twitter, and it will just be, I'm blocked by everybody in the thread. I've taken screenshots of it when it happens, because it's comical. My browsing experience is bizarre.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so bad. They have you censored so bad where even when your own husband tries to type in your name, it will not autocomplete your name for him.
Yeah, my husband, it won't. Certain people it will. I know AJ deleted his Twitter because he was like, man, this is just stressful and awful. And I said, good, yes, honey, it is. It's just an advertising service. It's work. Like, it's not fun. And like, social media isn't fun anymore. It's a work. It's like a workplace. People wonder why I bitch about. People will be like, why don't you just quit Twitter? I'm like, no, that's where I have to go to work. It's like like you bitch about the office. That's my office. That's my workplace culture. Everybody bitches about their job.
Yeah. It's our divine right until we're not allowed to have jobs anymore. Which we should be kind of fortunate, I guess. Like, a lot of people are just, like, not allowed to have jobs. And then I finally got my gigantic government check in the mail where it's like, don't worry, you haven't been allowed to go to a career of any kind for about a year. Don't worry, the government's got your back. Here's $600. You're welcome. You can thank Congress for this.
That's gonna help pay off Christmas bills. Whee!
Now, aren't you glad that we weren't killed by a mob? I bet you are.
I don't like any of you. That's more money than you gave those Waco survivors, you fox. Not letting it go. Someone says, hold on, Dictator in the chat says, when Bad Dragon sends you a formalized letter to not buy their products, that furry blacklist is hard. Okay, this is how weird things are. I don't know if that's a joke or not, because, like, a lot of these places do go, if you're a blankety blank blank, don't buy our stuff. Is Bad Dragon doing that shit? Because that's ridiculous, but it also wouldn't surprise me.
Ugh. Also, I thought I heard like Izza for a second there. Was that Izza coming in? Or?
I think so.
Bird Studios was here for like 10 seconds and then left.
Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, Isabella.
Hope you're having a good night, Izza, but apparently the internet outdrew you that time.
She'll pop back in. I'm sure she'll figure it out. Wouldn't you rather endure another long impeachment than have 1,400? I don't even know. Like, yeah, they're talking about doing 1,400 though to get this plus the 600 to get it to a total of 2,000, which like that'd be
what
cool.
1,400 impeachments?
No, yeah, why not? Who cares?
I kind of feel like, I mean, I know they're impeaching him a second time, but I feel like my life would be a lot better if they just up that to like a few hundred impeachments. That would just make things fucking fantastic over here.
It's gay.
Why? Yeah.
Hey, Izza.
Hi, Isabella. What did I do that was gay today? Oh, did she just pop in? She popped in just to say that. Fuck.
Yeah, you can't have a retort when she vanishes. She's like a ghost.
That little shit.
Ghost witch.
Speaking of impeachments,
yeah,
the entire Dutch parliament has been impeached.
Oh, good for you guys. Hopping on the impeachment bandwagon. Yeah, let's just impeach everyone. Why not? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it was because all of them turned out that every rule they made, they just didn't follow them, so they were just kicked out of office today.
Man, if that's the standard, we should be doing some of that here. We wouldn't have anyone in politics.
That'd be great. Thank you also, Crypto Comics Andrew, for Prime subscribing. That's cool, man. Thanks. If I left Twitter.
Said that for me this week is my big like bright spot in the whole ocean of like, oh, everything's closing down and the windows are turning dark. Everything's being turned into the dark ages of censorship. It's like, no, but again, crypto comics. It's going to be crypto based. It's going to be decentralized. They got those comics on a blockchain, and they're building community elements into it as well. So, I mean, it sounds like I'm just shilling for crypto comics, but it's like, well, I kind of am, because they are building the exact stuff that we kind of need right now.
Plus, I need to get false start up on there. It's just, I kind of like, okay, now it's here. Then I'll do a bunch of work, and it's like, all right, now where's the next place I got to put all these pages?
Well, fortunately, their uploader, and again, I'm not just trying to shield them nonstop, but their uploader's pretty easy, because you can just be like, copy paste all of these pages, and then boom, it starts uploading all of them at once. So you don't have to do it like one at a time or anything.
Oh my god! Oh, chat's going nuts. Oh, everybody likes Isabella getting me. Yeah, thanks, guys.
She impeached you real hard, man. You just got impeached.
Hey, that's all furry Twitter has been saying since the Capitol Hill stuff. You're a MAGA supporter. Don't look at my. Yeah, it's annoying. It's stupid and it's pointless too. Like, what are you doing? You draw like gross buttholes. Like, fuck off. You're not important. Someone's saying it's the Dutch government resigned. Wow, that's crazy. Senators are already drafting articles of impeachment against Biden for day one. Jesus, is this just how American politics works? What a fucking nightmare. I'm really glad I don't have an emotional investment in any of these people, because it's so insane.
Maybe if we just push this trend a little farther, it's like the moment you get elected, firing squad.
Yeah.
Maybe that would make the country better. Every single politician, congratulations, this way to the firing squad.
Yeah, you've been elected. Congrats. Now you're gonna be executed. Revolving door.
It's hard to imagine that making it worse.
I like pretending I understand how crypto comics works, says Chris Bronze. Yeah, it is a little odd. Boneside is very normie friendly. Can confirm. I was finally. Oh yeah, Super Flat actually helped me fix some of the bugs on the site. She was the one who figured out, when you click on the pages, it does a weird thing.
Yeah, I don't know why that was. I copy pasted it from another site that I did, so hopefully I don't have that on another site. But anyways, I fixed the code issue. Hurrah!
Love you guys. You're all here to see me shit on Kit. Woo, says fair. Thank you, Isabella. What did I ever do to you? God damn it. Shill away, says Crypto Comics Andrew. Everybody in the club getting impeached. Yeah, why not? Impeachment is literal kabuki. It's like no theater. I actually watched I watched a short film this week that was done in no theater. Actually, that was really cool. But that was better than impeachment.
No theater.
No, N-O-H. It's Japanese like plays, like the no where they wear the masks and it's all traditional and old school. I watched Yukio Mishima. He made and directed and acted in one short film called Patriotism. It was really interesting and really, really fucking intense.
Yukio Mishima, isn't that the guy that impeached himself?
Yeah, he impeached himself really hard. Well, that's the creepy thing, was he made this film years and years and years before he would eventually impeach himself to death. But the film almost completely to a T predicts his death. Like, he knew he was gonna do this. It's really freaky to watch.
Weird.
There's so much that lines up, and not just that's thematically. It's like, no, some of the stuff's identical. What the fuck? Which
I mean, not to get. What? I was gonna say, not to get too philosophical, but I almost feel like it's a cautionary tale for all of us, where it's like, hey, all this stuff, politics, impeachment, blah blah blah. It's like all of that stuff is external to you. You don't have control over any of it. So really, you don't want to get too wrapped up in it, because most of it doesn't really even matter to the way your life is or your quality of life. It's like you should only care about it so much. Like, a lot more of your life is going to be determined by what you think and your mindset, and just your day-to-day, what you focus on.
Yeah, unless you really want to do the Yukio Mishima thing, which, hey, hats off to you, but just saying, it doesn't work. The precedent's there. That's not easy. Some people are saying we should impeach Princess Peach. Her reign has gone on too long. Shannon asks
That's a good point.
The real question: why is Princess Peach not a queen? Yeah, wait, who's the queen of the Mushroom Kingdom? How's the succession work there?
Is there even a king, or is Bowser the king?
No, because he's the bad guy. Is there a prince? Is there a Prince Peach? Is that Mario? I don't know. Nintendo games are stupid.
I don't think Mario is a king. He's a plumber.
Yeah.
Okay?
There used to be a King Koopa.
That's true. Maybe that's it. As a European, I don't understand what's happening in the USA with the impeachment thing, but I guess don't worry, no one does. It's just we just do that now because optics, headlines, Twitter. I don't know. Yes, I am a bot. Regency. Toad is the real king. Maybe. I don't know.
He is the best in Mario Kart, I think. Isn't Toad like the best player to be?
Is he? Oh, I don't know. I haven't played Mario Kart forever.
Because his head is aerodynamic.
No, it's really not. I mean, maybe
it is. It's got more curvature across the top. It's flat on the bottom. It's aerodynamic.
It's kind of penis shaped. I get that.
That's just science. Unless you're a science denier, you gotta roll with me on that.
It's a monarchy, but she won't pick a king. Just keeps edging Mario along in the friend zone. This also seems to be how Disney princesses work. Some of them should be queens at this point. When you save the kingdom countless times and get no title. Sounds like Mario got cucked. Someone has been impeached twice. God damn it. Just these dumb Mario monarchy jokes. Whatever.
Yeah.
Dictator saying penises are hydrodynamic. Is that true? I mean, I guess, but I don't know. What does hydrodynamic mean? It means
maybe
through
that's
the water
why they
easily?
modeled. Maybe that's why they modeled submarines on them.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's why they're full of semen.
No, they're basically just like gigantic dicks with fins.
Yeah, underwater death
and
dicks.
nukes. And then they're filled with like mini dicks that are called torpedoes.
That's pretty cool.
They used to be more ship-shaped.
It's true, but
oh really?
Not anymore.
Submarines.
Now
Yes.
they're dick-shaped.
Well, the more cylinder shape. But...
Where's Hazen at, by the way? I guess he's sleeping.
He might still be. He was planning on coming in. He said he had some emergency QAnon updates to share with me.
Oh,
and
good.
I was really excited.
Did you see the face-off thing where they said it's Trump and Biden are gonna switch faces? That's the newest Q thing.
That's the only reason I'm not crying myself to sleep over one of them getting impeached, because it's like it's okay. It's actually the other one.
Yeah. I like that. That'd be a fun 4 years of secret Biden Trump. Like that'd be I'd enjoy that. Watching him like slip up, looking for the little signs. No one's like, oh, that's him. He's got Biden's face, but it's the guy from Home Alone.
That's a good head. That's a good headcanon. I'd like that. Although, speaking of, I don't think he's going to be in Home Alone 2 anymore. I heard they're going through and digitally removing him, just like Stalin's friends from like photos after he gets killed.
There was a petition to do that. I don't know if they're actually going to, but people, apparently Home Alone fans want him removed. And it's like, oh, fuck off. It's Home
Alone fans.
Yeah, like... You know.
Like current Home Alone fans. Like, I'm really into the next season of Home Alone.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see where it goes from here.
Well, where it goes is Macaulay Culkin starts showing up on Red Letter Media videos a whole bunch. That's where Home Alone goes.
As someone who likes the first two Home Alone movies, I think that's kind of a dick move because I'm very against censorship. So.
Well, yeah, and it's just stupid. It's like, yeah, they made that movie in what, like 1992? Like, just leave it in there. No one cares. I liked Face. Good. Oh my God, chat's just going nuts tonight. I guess we're on a roll. I guess you guys like when I talk about stupid Q bullshit. He's going to be replaced. Biden's going to be replaced by Hatsune Miku. Yeah, that'd be fun. Like hologram president, anime girl hologram president. That's good.
Hey. That make the national addresses a lot funnier.
Speaking of Nicolas Cage, anyone see the trailer for that new movie? Oh yeah, the weird like Five Nights at Freddy's knockoff. That's gonna be dog shit. There are very, very real Q sports. Yeah, there's people who are really into it. In one of the chats I'm in, I saw a guy going on and on about how it was the only thing that gave him any hope anymore, and I was just like, oh no, that's not a good place to be. That's not a good place to be at in your life. Oh.
Nope.
What's Q sports?
What's up?
What's Q Sports?
Q Sports?
Yeah, that thing you just said.
Oh no, QAnon is like I didn't say Q Sports.
Oh.
QAnon is this weird conspiracy theory. I don't really know where it came from or what all it involves. I haven't looked into it a lot because I just knew there were a bunch of people who were really into it. It came from 4chan or something, and then none of it. I think like it got like one or two things right up front, and that's why it got a bunch of followers. But then it all ended up being fake after that. And some people are really into it, and they think it's about the shadow government, all this crazy shit.
I think the thing that I keep hearing referenced is like, oh, the sealed indictments. Just wait for the sealed indictments. Follow the plan.
Follow the plan. Yeah, that's the.
No, trust the plan.
Trust the plan. That's right. Trust the plan.
Yeah.
Trust the plan. That's what you're supposed to say. Oh yeah, Trump. Yes, he was in Home Alone 2. He makes a brief appearance in Home Alone 2. Q marks the spot. I disabled my VPN and now my chat messages are coming through. Huh? Yeah, dude. Twitch really hates VPNs, third-party services. It's also why Dave's stream keeps getting like that purple message where it's like, "Hey, do you have third-party browsers doing things?" Apparently, Dave says he's disabled all that shit, but it does it anyway. Maybe it reads it in his other browsers. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's just the beauty of Twitch. You can't have like a massive wealthy company back in a streaming service without having that streaming service just not really work a lot of the time.
It's oh my, yeah. There like people are like, why do they complain so much about this internet stuff? It's like even when like you're allowed to use it, it still works against the user. These guys clearly did not watch Tron. They do not fight for the user. It's annoying.
Hey, Sean Sains, thank you for the like.
Nice.
I like how people are still getting us likes even when we're saying here, like, do you know what Q is?
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. They're talking about Q. I love that shit. It's like, no, like that's just like that's for silly pantses. I'd love.
You guys think Q is something? Wait do you hear about this new R guy?
Q, oh boy.
Next level.
Q is like something that Hideo Kojima wrote for fun, or that's like his side project.
To be honest, when people talk about Q, I always think about the Star Trek character for some reason.
Oh well, I mean his name is Q, so why wouldn't you? And that's preferable anyway to think about John Delancey instead of internet weirdos.
Yeah.
Well, he was basically acting like an internet weirdo in as Q, so.
Yeah, Q as a character is kind of in it. Yeah, you're kind of right. I actually just saw the purple screen on Dave's end. Was wondering what that was. Yeah, we got rid of it on my end somehow, but not on Dave's yet. I don't know what it is. Hopefully, it's not too annoying.
Twitch is just really cool. I don't know. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you for putting blank purple error screens in the middle of streams for no apparent reason. It's awesome.
Okay, so luckily Billy's here to fill me in on the gist of what Q is, and the gist is. Donald Trump is a secret hero taking down the satanist Democrat pedophiles in the U.S. government. All right, that's pretty cool. That sounds like a good movie. Basically, Donald Trump will lead a cleansing of the U.S. government. Well, that didn't fucking happen. And save the world from the satanic pedophile Democrats. I mean, that'd be the best Nicolas Cage movie ever, but, you know. We got President Waco walking in a few days, so what can you do?
And also, just from a practical standpoint, when it comes to like, oh, the Trump stuff and, oh, he's going to save the world. It's like, he kind of had his shot. He was the president for 4 years. And especially what I'm thinking of when I'm thinking about like, well, he could have done something when he had power. Section 230, he could have done some executive orders on that. He could have done some things to throttle back this astonishing censorship machine that we see rising up before us. He was in a position to do it. Even early on, he had he had the Congress and the Senate both on his side. And instead, he just decided to dick around and monitor the situation for 4 years. And the only time
Dave's favorite catchphrase,
it's like, I'm monitoring the situation.
That doesn't mean anything.
It's like, okay, well, now suddenly that he's, like, surprise, surprise, this massively powerful information, like, warfare machine has made so that your election, whether you won it or not, it's gone. Like, even if you didn't get those votes, largely you didn't get those votes because they were able to absolutely influence millions upon millions of people and totally control the information silos that they are subscribed to. So now suddenly he's like, oh, now suddenly he thinks it's a big deal and a big problem, and he's like suddenly trying to do all this shit, and it's like, dude, you watched like most of the people that helped you get elected, you watched your supporters get picked off one by one like little insects, and you just didn't do a single thing. You just let them get crushed underfoot, and then you're like, oh, I'm monitoring the situation. I'm totally monitoring this situation. It's like, all right, then why the fuck didn't you see this coming?
TooneyX666, thanks for the follow. That's a cool, edgy name. I like it.
So I'm just saying, I feel like he was in a position, like the only entity that could do anything about these massive corporations is government. That's it. That's the only entity that could do it. And so, I mean, he was in charge for 4 years. He didn't do jack shit about this massive corporate takeover. So it's a little weird to see him screaming and like thrashing under, like right now, because it's like, oh well, now it's too late for you to do anything about it.
Why didn't you do nothing?
Yeah.
This actually, this will lead into something else I want to say because it was something interesting I was reading about. But so Noble Indigo in the chat, he was the one who was saying he had his VPN on and he couldn't get his messages through. He says, okay, so my VPN specifically is shadow banned by Twitch. Noble Indigo, which VPN is that? That's just worthwhile information for people listening to this to know. Twitch might be
also,
trying
why
to fight.
Is Twitch...
Yeah, right. Well, because VPNs allow you to do like get around like region locks and stuff.
Okay, I just, so what? Like, people, we want to stream stuff, people want to watch it. Why does Twitch need to be like, well, no, you have to be spilling your private info onto our servers?
Well, hold on, Dave, I'll make it very simple for you. Twitch is a Silicon Valley company, and the option is for them to have more control or less control. Which direction do they typically go in?
Oh, that's a good point. See, and that's part of why I think they have to shut down any competing site that pops up. Like whether it's Minds or Gab or BitChute or Parler or anything, like they can't have competition that's actually doing a good job and actually effectively servicing the customer, because then all the customers will go there. And it's like,
Silicon Valley was a mistake.
Oh,
it was.
Okay, so Noble Indigo says it's the VPN they're using is something called Molvad, which is based in Sweden. So apparently, I found a subreddit for Molvad where users were talking about it. Okay, so apparently Twitch does not like, they don't like PewDiePie, they don't like Sweden, they don't like Molvad. Sorry, guys.
Ironic, because Sweden are quite authoritarian, far lefty.
They're very far. Yeah, they're very social. They have a lot of socialist policies in Sweden, I believe.
No, it's more like the culture-wise are very pretty much the same as the Silicon Valley types.
Oh, really? Is this the same thing going on in Sweden?
Yeah, there are regularly riots from extremists who are who were imported. Let's just put it that way.
Sure.
Because they have a very, very good for refugee.
Well, even like Merkel is pumping the brakes on the refugee thing. She's like, oh, this was not a good idea to let. You just like, and it's like I always say, you just can't move tons and tons of people around rapidly. Like that's.
Well, she would have known that if only she had watched Paul Joseph Watson's YouTube channel.
That Merkel, you idiot. We're watching PJW. Aw, that little goofball.
Merkel is an ex-Stasi member, by the way.
Which one's the Stasi? I get these mixed up.
East German. No, East German secret police.
Oh wow, good for her, rising up in the world.
Basically, they were the communist Gestapo.
Okay. Yeah, people are now doing Paul Joseph Watson memes in the chat. Good, keep them coming. The mainstream meteor. I haven't heard about that guy in forever. I don't know. He's kind of a one-note character.
A one-note character, Paul Joseph Watson. Imagine my shock.
One moment, my cat wants to go out.
Oh, we will let your cat out. Don't worry. Each apartment
block.
Yeah,
he's meowing and looking cranky at me. So I'll be right back.
Each apartment block had a Stasi informer, at least one. No joke. Jeez, that's creepy. They have that in China. They call them the Shanghai Uncles. That's like a job over there. There's like an informant who just kind of, he's like the government watchdog, is the Shanghai Uncle.
It's cool here that they don't need to do that, though, because the Silicon Valley can just track all of your associations automatically. So
yeah, I love it.
Actually, on that note,
population was officially employed by the informed by the Stasi, for Stasi.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I understood what you were saying there, buddy.
He said 1/3 of the population was employed by the Stasi.
Jesus.
Yeah, they would love social media, the Stasi.
I bet they would. I bet they fucking
That's
would.
why the European why Merkel wants to have power over it so bad, because, well, basically her old job that they're doing and better, and she's jealous of that. Because if you say anything even remotely right of center in Germany on the internet, you're basically getting an anti-terrorist, quote unquote, death squad on your door.
Well, I know like Germany's real. They're real rough on that stuff over there. At least I've heard. You know, I don't live in Europe, but I know the political scene over there is pretty bizarre too. I have friends who just tell me about the stuff that's going on. I'm like, that's crazy. But then I tell them what's going on over here, and that's crazy too. It's just a mess.
Speaking of some of the stuff going on over here, have you heard that they're developing something exciting and new about the COVID vaccine? I forget exactly what it's going to be called. It's something like, oh, do you have your vaccination passport? There's surprise, big Silicon Valley tech companies, and they want to help businesses be permitted to reopen. And part of the process is going to be making sure to vet whether individuals in that business and servicing that business and like entering and leaving that business, do they have their vaccine passport? Are they allowed to travel? Are they allowed to utilize that business, or do they need to get the needle first? So based on how Silicon Valley seems totally trustworthy and everything they do turns to gold, I'm really excited for this.
Well, there's that. What is it? Everybody's worried because Bill Gates has bought 242,000 acres of land for some farmland for some reason, and no one really seems to know why. What the hell? You know, they just these guys with a lot of money. They do weird shit, and you just gotta wonder.
Well, he's also been pushing vaccines really heavily in like Africa and developing nations. I don't actually know this. I think I just absorbed it secondhand. So maybe it's all total BS. Maybe it's just all total silly Billy internet stuff.
It's impossible to know. Like that's the scariest part is you think you know what's going on, and then next week every bit of information you thought was real turns out to be fake or disproven or isn't even applicable anymore. It's a nightmare.
And usually the only information that turns out to be true, that's the stuff that you're not permitted to say.
Yeah, once we figure out what's true, it's like, all right, well, don't say that stuff because we don't like that. As you can tell, it's been a week. It's been a year for everybody, obviously. So
I'm still pretty excited about the some of the options emerging, though, because the way I see it, my big prediction is I think that. Obviously, they're not going to stop censoring stuff. Even Jack Dorsey himself was like, "Yeah, let's do way more of this. People love it."
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, he pretends to be like a big giant super hippie, but for being a big super hippie, he sure does love to conform with like the establishment hour requests.
Because they let him be a big super hippie.
Yeah. So I think that social media is going to basically become the new television. Television got so gentrified and it got so choked with corporations controlling everything.
Well, that's why we've talked about that. People fled to the internet, and then television invaded the internet. And it's like, God damn it, no!
Yep, I think that process is just accelerating even more because, lo and behold, people can be way more entertaining than television because people are allowed to say what they want and make stuff that they actually think is cool. Whereas these stale, dead, boardroom-driven corporate just places, it's like whenever they make something that's genuinely entertaining, it's almost as though it's by accident, and then they have to fix it. So I think that social media, where people could actually kind of talk to each other, that was almost like, they got people off of private websites generally, and I think this was deliberate. And then they got everyone corralled onto social media, which was an environment they could control. And now that they have control of this environment, they're just absolutely neutering it and turning it into television. So the thing is, basically, the internet as we know it, it's gone. It's TV. Go on social media. The only stuff you're allowed to say is stuff that would be appropriate for someone to read on TV. So it's just television. But people still want to talk. People still want to be creative. People still want to make stuff without having like constant DMCA takedowns or whatever the hell. So there's going to be a new frontier that opens up, and it's going to be decentralized. It's going to be built around a blockchain. And so there is going to be an Internet 2.0. And I think Internet 2.0 is going to be much, much harder for these big establishment companies to co-opt. And that is why I think just keeping...
It's going to be crypto and federated services. Like, man, I didn't know anything about federated services. Learned a lot about that shit this week.
Yep. And that's basically where we got to make sure to establish our foothold, is these new federated services, these new crypto-based services. And again, I'm really glad that we're friends with the guys at Crypto Comics, because like, what would be better for us than a crypto-based service that is all about comics? Like, seriously.
Yeah, it's I mean, we just want to make comics, and we have that are interesting and actually contain artistic voices, not just, commercial. It's the difference between a commercial voice and an artistic voice.
Yeah.
And I mean, we have to sell ourselves a little bit, but Christ, there's only so much you want to do. I call TV the boomer box. Yeah. People love having their voices go unheard. They love it. Yeah, it's awesome.
No joke.
Television killed the internet star. Oh, how embarrassing. Bone, what about CNN reporting on the U.S. Capitol riot being pre-planned before Trump's speech and resulting in impeachment? Do you remember me sharing that? I did see the thing where, like, there were people that were from, like, NPR or something that were getting the crowd riled up. I was like, uh-oh. Let's see where this goes. But I this is all, like, emergent news. I don't know how true any of it is. Mostly I care that it happened and people are using it to be really, really shitty to each other. Cool.
Yeah, well, I think it reminds me of a new, like, I guess you could call it a new aphorism from Scott Adams that he's putting out there that I quite like. And that is, if you judge a group by the worst member of that group, then you are the worst member of your group.
Ooh, man, that's harsh. But he's not wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, like, every group is going to have like one or two or any number or any percent. Every group is going to have a subset of like, oh yeah, these people are clearly unacceptable. But if you just find that group, magnify them, put all the attention on them, and then you discard every single person with valid concerns that's like a better person in that group, it's like, well, how is it constructive to focus on the worst representative in any given conversation?
Because that's
like, you kind of want to be talking to the best representative of those ideas, don't you?
No, because you just want to make them look bad, because then your idea is good, because dumb person with good ideas. And, it's just guilt. It's like a weird guilt by association thing. It's like, well, this fucking idiot likes your idea, so clearly. It's, well, yeah, every good idea is going to be liked by some idiots. Sorry.
Yeah, then that's just not how moral panics work.
Yeah, true.
Well, yeah, and
I read the books on that for my bachelor thesis, so I know some.
On moral panics?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, moral panic, well, me and Billy have talked about this extensively, is moral panics are that's like the business model now, is non-stop moral panics, because it's so profitable, and it's like the only thing that gets a real rise out of people anymore. You just keep them non-stop moral panicking, and that's where the money's at.
Well, the thing, too, is if you can... Like, marketing people have been figuring this out progressively, and they're getting very, very good at it. And this is why the news industry model. It's not so much like it's an information distribution model. It's really more of an emotional manipulation model. Like they will broadcast whatever information makes people feel a lot of fear or anger generally, because those are the emotions that are profitable. Because those are the emotions that like hook people in, drive them to action. They
also make you easy to control.
They do. It seems like it's common sense, but they've even confirmed with studies that when people are angry, it has a direct impact on their capability to think rationally and make sound judgments. So the more mad people get about current events or whatever, the dumber they are and the easier they are to dupe into believing stupid things.
Yeah, you just
or the more harshly they will oppose it, of course.
Yeah.
Well, and that's
because
the whole
you can
divided populace thing. It's easy to keep people at each other's throats so they don't notice that they're that really bad things are happening. This can't be sustainable, though. Eventually, the outrage will be directed at an unacceptable target, and then people will be like, "How did this happen?" I mean, that kind of does happen. We've seen it happen a few times, but there's just so many outrages, and they're also,
Well, I mean, unacceptable target. Like, I think we were kind of past that point. This summer, how many family-owned businesses got torched? I would call those all unacceptable targets, but the media was cheerleading vigorously. And because the media was cheerleading, and the media is the new moral authority for idiots, we didn't get that critical mass of people being like, whoa, family-owned businesses being destroyed, like people trying to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, getting just like crushed down into poverty again. That's unacceptable. It's like, nope, that outcry was not effective because the media decided, oh no, we're gonna say that it's totally acceptable.
Well, and it
worked.
I want to get to an interesting thing I've been trying to wrap my mind around this week. It's been kind of tricky, but let me grab another beer because that's what time it is. Next beer o'clock.
Beer o'clock in the snake pit. During the intermission, if any of you people need to grab beers, I totally understand. Whereas I have a hot chocolate. Well, it's not hot anymore, but still.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got to be pretty late over there. What time is it for you?
2:00. I'm gonna go in 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, it is. That is late.
Yeah, I have insomnia, so. And in the weekend I don't take my sleeping pills, so I don't get used to them. So I'm usually awake a bit longer.
Let's see, chat. This can't be sustainable. A fun fact: I don't know what Dave's and Bones' political alignments. I'm here for the jokes. Yeah, I'm very, very middle of the road. Myself, I don't vote. I almost always vote third party, so you don't really have to worry about me being like, yeah, man, you're not on my team. I vote for weirdos, and I look for... I mostly am more concerned about local stuff, since that's what affects me more. So,
yeah.
If you want to know, in the last election, I voted mostly Green Party because of all the poison in the water. So there you go.
I'm kind of just leaning into the camp of I don't even want to have like a permanent political affiliation because each party finds a unique way to screw you over at some point.
And they're not that different from each other. They're not that different, so...
Yeah, especially if you say, oh, I'm a part of this party. That's like, okay, so then you have to like... It's like, it kind of biases you to just want to defend whatever it is they do, even when it's something stupid. So I'd rather just really look at every candidate, every election, whatever, on kind of a case-by-case basis. And it's not like I have a million hours to research everything, but still, I want to sort of try to get a sense of like, oh, what is this person about? What are they going to do? Do they have any kind of integrity? If anything, like, I would like to be anti-corruption, but that's not an option.
That's kind of vague,
parties,
too.
It's like that's essentially... It is vague, but I mean, both parties are so corrupt. Like, there's so much double dealing. There's so much insider trading. There's so many dirty deals. Again, both sides do it. At this point, we're even talking about, Silicon Valley and our Congress people being bought off. And it's like we just take it for granted that, of course, there's bribery driving the major nationwide policy levels of our country. It's like everybody knows it. Everyone knows that, the Congress people are bribed. That's why these huge problems never get fixed. So it's like there's no party There's no coalition that is like, hey, what if we didn't have corruption? And I feel like that's the most important thing, whether like ideologically, if you're like, oh, we need more socialism to extend the social safety network to people that are really poor. It's unrealistic to expect them to just like pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Or if you lean more conservative and you're like, hey, individual responsibility is really important. If you don't have the proper incentives in place, people won't adjust the behavior the way they need to do things. It's like, frankly, there's valid points on both sides of that conversation.
Yep.
But until people with integrity are genuinely trying to work things through together in goodwill,
good faith.
It doesn't even really matter. It doesn't even really matter what people's opinions are on either side, because none of that makes it through to policy. Policy is just trillion-dollar bailouts to well-connected people with different branding packaged on the outside of it. Like, that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's more branding, commercialism, and marketing than it is actually trying to help people, which is sad. It sucks.
Yeah.
If you ever want to ask me very pointed political questions, I'll always answer. Like, I don't care if people know things like that about me. So it doesn't, if you want the closest politically, I probably lean to, like, in terms of a historical figure, would probably be like Thoreau. So there you go. That's my guy. Henry David Thoreau, living in the woods. Dave likes the Gerardian worldview. He sent me an interesting article about that this week that was really cool. So
I don't know if that's like, oh, that's my thing, but I thought it was very
it was interesting,
and
it seemed very you. So me and you are fairly similar on a lot of this stuff. So I saw a lot of myself in it as well. So
it seemed explanatory too, especially when it got into like the whole. Like, here's why primitive cultures adopted human sacrifice, and here's how we do it's getting today. Popular. Yeah, no. Like, I'll just like run over it really quickly in case the audience is interested. But yeah, the article dealt with, and it was just an overview. I haven't read this guy deeply, but it dealt with mimetic violence, and it was like a lot of times violence in human societies, it doesn't occur because of people's differences. It occurs because people are very, very similar, and because of that, they're kind of competing for the same status, the same niche. And if you're similar to someone else, it's really easy to have a lot of destructive envy because you look at that person and you say, why are they doing better than me? Like, that's not justified. Look how similar we are. Look what we have in common. So it's so in tribal times, an enemy tribe, like, yeah, that could be a danger. You might get an enemy tribe that goes to war with your tribe and like just knocks it out, but you could defend against that. You could take countermeasures. Whereas intertribal violence, like people within the tribe just going crazy with envy and attacking each other, that was always built into a homogenous tribe situation, because whenever you have homogeneity like that, there will be violence because there will be envy, because people are like, oh, how come you have more than me? We're the same. And it doesn't even have to be like more money. It could be more status or more recognition or more sexual favor or whatever it is. So he made the point that if you have homogenous, unstratified societies, that is where the most intense envy and violence originates from, and that's why the defense against that, the defense that just sort of organically emerged for tribal societies, was human sacrifice. Because if you got two camps that started this internal violence and they started just like ramping it up, eventually that violence isn't sustainable, and they have to choose a target to dispel it, to basically exhaust it, to breathe out and let it vent. And if they chose a target that is aligned with one side or the other, well, that's just more tit for tat, and it doesn't break the cycle. So you have to choose someone that has nothing to do with that argument. So they basically find a neutral third party. You find an innocent,
essentially.
Yeah, you find someone who's innocent, someone who's not into that stuff, and you kill them and murder them and sacrifice them. And during the process, you make them a scapegoat. It's like, oh, the crops failed because of this witch. The crops failed because of this guy, or, this is why we're having these diseases. It's because of blankety blank. And that would work for a short period of time. Not a long period of time, because things keep going wrong. You keep on having
I remember it was
diseases.
kind of it was like a stopgap measure.
But that's why primitive human societies would all have human sacrifice, because this is a common psychological trend. and they had to develop scapegoats to kind of like blow off the pressure cooker of everyone just being envious and wanting to kill each other all the time. And you would do that by having a human sacrifice. And then this was that I thought was very interesting, because it's like, oh, this is why all these different human societies and different belief systems and cultures and religions, that's why they would all have ritualistic human sacrifice. Okay, but then he pointed out that that's kind of one of the advances, I guess you could call it, of religion and hierarchy and monarchy even, is you can be jealous of the guy next door if he is doing better than you, but it's really difficult to be jealous of a king who is divinely appointed, because a king who is selected by God and by his lineage and rules over the land, like, you know, by the grace of the Lord on high, and even God himself, like, people understand, oh, God is not my peer. God, like, I'm not like God. I'm not like the king. They are on another level, so I can just take it for granted that it's cool that we have uneven, like, possessions and stuff.
I believe as it said, it was that they are differentiated, and it gets into a point talking about what's the difference between differentiation and discrimination, and I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's, I could probably, yeah, remind me in Telegram, and I'll link it to you later, because I can probably look up the link from when I sent it to Bone. And even the article itself was just an overview of this kind of
René
worldview.
Girard's work over the course of his career.
Yeah.
He seemed like he was an interesting thinker for sure. I'd never heard of him, but he was obviously a very intelligent man.
Yeah. And so again, I don't know, this is true, this explains everything, but it is like an explanatory framework that I thought, oh, this is kind of interesting, and this does seem like it has some explanatory power, because obviously if we're in a kind of like a post-Christian modern world, what we've done as a society is we've said, hey, these differentiated hierarchies, these structures are oppressive, we're going to get rid of them. And so, you know, generally speaking, society has done that. But the problem with that is we just got rid of the differentiated hierarchies and structures, especially the ones that are predicated on like universal ideas like, oh, this is from God, or this is from divine right or monarchy. It's like now everything is just like, no, everyone is just another person. And especially envy is very much accelerated by proximity, and social media has vastly increased the sense of everyone's proximity to everyone else. Because now every person in your field and every person even out of your field that you could potentially, you would never have had them in the same village. You never would have had the opportunity to be jealous of all these people. But now social media puts all of them right in your face all the time. So at the same time,
so jealous so fast.
Yeah, and I mean, no one really admits to it. No one likes to say, "Oh yeah, I'm jealous." People will find any number of ways to.
I get fucking
people
jealous.
Will find any number of. Well, yeah, but you're self-aware, so that's good. But I'm saying normal people will rationalize that resentment and be like, "Oh no, it's a valid feeling because that's how resentment works. Is they rationalize it to say that it's justified and that it's something external causing that feeling in them, and not like they are responsible for the way they feel."
And even if it is justified,
no.
You're still feeling jealous, and it sucks. Like, you know.
Yeah, so putting everyone in really close proximity, just as we also rip out the religious hierarchy system that sort of kept society on the rails in this regard. It's sort of, that's the thing that cured us of human sacrifice, essentially.
But it also was why we sacrificed people, was also religion. Yeah, so, mileage varies.
Well, different evolutions of like a social belief system to manage aggressive impulses and violence and all that stuff. But we basically just said, oh, Christianity, there's nothing to salvage here. Throw the whole thing out. And it's like, well, now suddenly we are obsessively canceling each other and trying to starve each other to death. And you see this like massive influx of, it's kind of like 21st century human sacrifice. And it's like, yeah, we just got rid of a system that, and the system did cause some problems, but it's like, well, what kind of problems was it solving? I think we're finding that out right now.
Throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Throwing baby Jesus out with the bathwater.
Indeed.
Well, I had something in relation to all that. I don't know. I kind of still am proud of myself for baby Jesus out with the bathwater. I'm going to hold on to that.
I like that. I'm going to pat you on the head for that. Good job.
Thank you. Human sacrifice
that's a good one.
military conscription and war. I've been sacrificed over by leftists. So yeah, no, people, it's all over social media, man. Social media is nasty. Don't argue with anybody. There's no point. People are plugged into weird shit that doesn't make sense. That's what I wanted to say before I went and got a beer. I'm glad you got into the Gerard stuff because I think it's related. But there's been, and I've been trying to not only wrap my head around it, but also be like, well, where do you go from here? But everybody's been talking about how it's like, okay, so we see these technocratic weirdos and the government and the media, and they're all just like comically hypocritical. Like it's so blatant, it's so obvious, and it's gotten to the point where now everybody's saying like, don't bother even pointing it out. They just do that to flex on you, to show how powerful they are. There's no point in pointing out the hypocrisy because they're just doing it because they can. And I'm having a little trouble with that one because it's like, well, you know, being hypocritical isn't typically good. Everybody's hypocritical at times, of course, but it's something that people typically try to address. That's why we have justice systems, etc. But then also, it gets so weird because it's like, well, hold on, we don't point it out, then what? What's next? Like, you just deal with it? Like, I don't know. It's been kind of an odd one for me to sit and think with because there's layers to it that I'm having trouble with. I get it because it's like it's so blatant that, and it's obvious. Like we've been spending the past I've been pointing out weirdo hypocrisies for the past 7 years. Hasn't done me a lick of good. It's just got me in a bunch of trouble.
And I've seen even an example of this. I would say is Nick Monroe has a little thing where he'll point out, oh, this Twitter account promotes violence. This Twitter account promotes doxing. And when I say Twitter account, I'm talking about like Twitter staff members.
Oh yeah.
And people that are protected by Twitter staff members. So it's like, oh, all the stuff that they claim is the reason they ban other people, like they're doing it, and they're doing it on purpose, and they know they're doing it. And the thing is, they'll get caught in these exposés, and it'll get like publicized and put around, and nothing happens.
And the same people who have been mad about it from the beginning see that and are like, oh look, they're still doing it. And it's like, so, but there's no and that's the frustrating part. Is it's like, well, hypocrisies, especially from people in power, should be addressed and fixed. But if there's no mechanism to do that with, like, what the fuck do you do?
Well, I think that's like, you just hit on like a huge, this is like kind of the issue of our generation.
All right.
Is
go. I did it.
There's no accountability anywhere.
Well, I've certainly said that a few times.
but I think that's what it is, because like normally if you point out, oh, look at this hypocrisy, then the organization or system is like, oh yeah, if that's absolutely totally egregious, we need to address that because we're accountable in some way. But the thing is, these organizations, these corporations, they know, these Silicon Valley places, they know that they have total power and they are not accountable. Like, if Jack or Twitter or whatever, if they're not going to penalize the people doing this, in fact, if they're tacitly encouraging or even not tacitly encouraging these people to engage in this kind of like stuff, while at the same time being like, yeah, and ban conservatives when they do the same thing, please. Yeah, good job. Like, there's no accountability. So how do you hold them accountable? I do think that the hypocrisy, like the blatant hypocrisy, it is a bit of a power move. It is a flex because they're like, yeah, I can be hypocritical and violate my own principles.
What the hell are you
and what are you
going to
do about it? I'm still a Twitter moderator and you're still banned forever. So ha ha ha. So on that level, if you're expecting like the illumination of hypocrisy to change the behavior of those in power, it's like it won't, because they have all the power and they know they have all the power. There's no mechanism for them to be held accountable for any behavior, like virtually any behavior at all. Even look at our Congress people and politicians and stuff. They can get away with insider trading and like everything else under the sun you can name, this mass, clear bribery that everybody can see plain as day. They can just do it because they're in power. So I feel like pointing out the hypocrisy, it might have some value in case there's any people that you might be able to alleviate them of the brainwashing. Like if there's some people, and that's honestly, I don't even know how feasible that is. But if there's some people that are like, oh yeah, I like to listen to reasoned and logical things, and oh, you're right. Look at that. It is a double standard. I acknowledge it, and perhaps I will change my position a little bit after I think about this. Like, if you think there's people like that out there,
to you? Is that what your brain sounds like? Perhaps I will think about this and change my behavior.
no, I'm just like, I'm modeling like what would a reasonable David sound like, and if he did exist, he doesn't, but that's what it would sound like.
All right, good save, good save. You're sounding
yeah.
In a little. That's good.
But so maybe pointing out hypocrisy could help with, what is it called when you get someone out of a cult? Like unconditioning, deconditioning, something like that?
Oh, yeah, like anti-brainwashing, that kind of stuff. Deconditioning is usually what they call it, but...
Yeah, so that might help with deconditioning someone who wants to be living in reality. But most people don't care about that. Most people just want to feel good rooting for their team because their team is what gives them...
Deprogramming, that's... Okay, thank you.
Yeah, deprogramming.
Thank you, guys.
So, yes. So, okay, yeah, thank you. So pointing out hypocrisy, it might be valuable if there's a subject that legitimately is open to being deprogrammed. And that's an extremely rare case, I would say. Most people, they don't want to be deprogrammed because this stuff, all this stuff has replaced religion. You know, we used to have religion and it's like, oh, I'm a good person because I believe this stuff.
And that was a form
now it's like, oh, I'm a...
That was a form of social programming. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Kind of a lot, you know, a lot of things are. It's not necessarily bad. It just sounds creepy, but, okay.
I mean, yeah, it's all got pluses and minuses. That's the unfortunate thing is everything's got a cost-benefit ratio. But the new version is religion has kind of been like, oh, we don't like the costs, it's gone. But psychologically, something's going to fill that void, and the thing that has filled that void is political tribalism. But that is now how people, or I should say, like, you know, most people, these like weird sheep follower types, which is most of everybody, I guess. But that is where they get their sense of moral satisfaction. Like at some level, they kind of know that they're hurting people. They kind of know that they're bad, and they kind of know that they're not doing anything good. So they have to feel moral and righteous even more strongly because of that subconscious knowledge. And so you're not going to get them to let go of their source of goodness. Like the thing that makes them good in their mind is the fact that they're a good foot soldier for their political party. That's the thing that makes them good. So they're just not going to want to hear that that's wrong or inaccurate. Like there's any number of psychological defense mechanisms that'll just kick in and totally erase anything you might be trying to do. There's even a study where
you can bring that stuff up point blank and you can just watch people like their brains melt in front of you. It's weird. You know, the whole suddenly everybody, I talked about it last week, turning on a dime to call everybody terrorists. It was like, what the fuck? But people did it. What are you going to
do? There's even I forget the name of it, but there's a psychological mechanism of action where if someone has like a foundational worldview and then doubts are introduced to that worldview, what happens is that they will adhere to it even more rigidly than they were before. So if they start to feel any doubt, what they do is they double down hardcore before they would ever consider like loosening up on that worldview.
Crime stop.
What was that? Crime
Say what?
stop?
That's what Orwell called it. Crime stop.
Oh yes.
It's the node in your brain that kicks out. Yeah, kicks out all the bad flow.
Yeah, crime stop. So I guess sometimes it might be constructive to point out hypocrisy, but I would say almost never, because you almost never run into someone who's willing to be deprogrammed. So most of the time, it's just like, that is the reality of our new sort of social situation that I'm just trying to be like, okay, well, this is what it is. Me being mad about it won't make it any difference. I'm just trying to kind of wrap my head around it. But
it's worth being aware of, but you can't really you can't force someone to confront. You can't force someone to confront hypocrisy. It sucks, and some people will, but that's a rare human being to encounter.
It would be like if you were living through the Inquisition and you were talking to these inquisitors, they're getting ready to roll through town and torture heretics and whatever, and then you like start being like, hey, can I just bring up some logical conflicts with the Bible? Maybe it's not literal. Maybe you shouldn't be torturing people. Like,
they're not gonna care. They don't give a fuck.
Like maybe there'd be like a 1 in 1,000 inquisitor who's like, oh really? Oh, I never thought about it that way. Like, let me think about this some more. It's like, yeah, no, but your odds of finding that one rare, like, thoughtful inquisitor, it's about the same as your odds of finding like a woke person who's gonna like listen to these hypocrisy statements and be like, what, really? Oh, you're right. Like the riots in the Capitol and the Antifa riots during the summer, you're right, they do have a lot of similarities, and maybe it's bizarre that good point. You're not going to find that. And like, think about it. They have so much to lose if they change their mind. They have so much to lose. Like, they have everything that makes them a good person, all of their ethical, like, self-opinion, that's gone. And on top of that, like, look at how badly people get punished when they step out of this belief system, when they like loosen their hold on these political tribes. Like, if they even step back and say, hey guys, maybe the other side has some points, or, oh, I think I'm going to be kind of apolitical about this, I'm not sure. Like, the people that used to be in their tribe will go after them harder than they go after neutral parties. Like, they just get crucified, and they know they'll get crucified if they step out line. So it's going to be very, very rare to see anyone willingly step out of line and knowingly put themselves in front of like a social firing squad like that.
Yeah, like V for Vendetta is a great comic, but you don't encounter EVs that often. People who are actually willing to listen and change their mind and question things. Like, that's why that comic's interesting, because people like her aren't common.
Yeah.
The last time we had that much Inquisition in the Netherlands, we kicked them out.
Good for you guys.
An 80-year war over it. It took an 80-year war.
Well, some things are worth fighting an 80-year war for. Maybe we're at the beginning of our 80-year war, Dave. We'll be old and gray, and it'll finally be over.
I would say to a degree, yes, but I would also qualify that. And maybe I'm just being like idealistic, but I think that warfare has changed so much that we are already in the process of it. And it's not...
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's going to be some violence, and there will be some elements that are physical. I mean, look at this summer. There's been a lot of violence already.
Yeah.
But it's predominantly like an information and culture war.
Yeah, well, because violence looks bad on camera. That's what I've been noticing, is that the hypocrisy, I think I came to that conclusion earlier today while I was trying to think my way through this, was the hypocrisies don't really matter unless they look or sound bad. And the only way they do is if you videotape someone being hypocritical or sounding hypocritical. And not even just like, oh, if you think about that, it's weird. It's like, it has to be very, very brazenly, like, it has to be unabashedly bad. Like stupid Michael Bay movie dialogue bad. Like, that's how bad someone has to look for it to actually be like an effective, like, oh, maybe this wasn't a good idea.
Well, yeah, but even if you had footage like that, where the hell are you going to put it?
That's the other issue, is now it's like, oh, well, we got take that down. We don't like that.
Like, maybe a few years ago you could have shared it on social media or YouTube, but these are now like 100% establishment controlled channels of information. I think YouTube even put it in their policy recently. They made it official policy. You can't question the election results. It's like, okay, I'm glad that's site policy. That's real cool that we are not allowed to inquire about our democratic process and like be curious about like, well, what kind of election integrity do we have or don't we have?
If you can't question an outcome, is that even a democratic process anymore? Aren't those things mutually exclusive? I mean, once again, though, I'm pointing out hypocrisy. I'm an idiot. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like, for
this
people,
is so
again,
weird. Like, to just be like, oh, logic. Don't even bother pointing at. Like, it's very strange for me to be like, oh, things don't. The math doesn't add up. Don't bother pointing that out anymore. It's pointless. It's like, oh, well, that's not a good place to be at. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's where we are though, because you can there's basically two types of people now. There's people where you can say, you know, YouTube won't let us talk about whether or not we think the election was accurate, and I think people should be allowed to talk about that if they have questions about it. And then other people should be allowed to comment and refute it or agree with them. And I think that people should be permitted to have that conversation on a platform about conversations. Like, there's two types of people now. Type 1 will respond with like, oh yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we should let people talk about things like whether their vote got counted. Maybe we should allow that conversation to happen. And then the other type of person, which is vastly more common, will be like, no, you're bad. You like bigot, Nazi, fuck off. YouTube is right to be quelling that bad thing. Like, we are literally at that level. And I mean
weird.
Literally.
It's
like,
really no, I know. I'm in some chat rooms where I just occasionally pop in and watch how people are talking, and I'm like, this is fucked how these people talk.
They usually talk like that because they think that either A, it will spare them in case of a purity spiral. It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't.
Or B, they think that they're going to be in power when the new paradigm regime thingamajiggy comes in power.
They certainly have power fantasies. Been seeing. I think I've been telling Dave and some buddies that in privates or chats. Is politics is just a succession of people talking about which people they'd like to put in camps.
Oh no, I have been seeing a whole lot of
talk about camps and who needs to go to them. It's like, don't like that.
Yeah, no, again, no hyperbole at all, but the last week or two, from you and from other people and in other chats, I'm seeing a lot
Colin's been sending us some real winners.
Yeah. a lot of blue ticks are like, oh, normally it's wrong. Normally I oppose the death penalty, but these people are just evil and they all need to die. And there's other ones that are like, yeah, these people should all be killed. We should gather them up in camps. They caught someone that was, and these aren't even just like nobody weirdos in like, you know, chat rooms. They caught, who was it that Project Veritas videotaped? Like, he was the head of, like, he was one of the attorneys that was working for the NPR, I think.
Yeah.
One of the attorneys working for NPR got caught on video being like, yeah, all these MAGA people, we just need to like steal their children and put them in re-education camps. We're going to put their children in re-education camps, but it's for their own good. It's like, you're in charge of a television network. You're supposed to be an adult and an attorney, and you think that we should be using the DHS to take children from parents and put them into camps based on what their parents believe politically. Like, that's an actual person that actually was saying that stuff like it was totally normal, and it made them a good person to say it. So, yeah, no, there's a lot of people on the left, and even I think Scott Adams was even saying that he was watching MSNBC lately just for fun, and he was like, oh, on MSNBC,
just for fun,
they are talking.
I'm just watching the Silly Pants Network. Oh, look at this.
Well, apparently what's going on MSNBC right now is they're having conversations about how to punish Trump supporters and what the best way is to identify and punish people that were voting the wrong way. So no, there's a lot of people on the left, especially now that Joe Biden won, that are just openly talking about killing political dissidents and putting them into camps, or their children into camps. And like the best way to
taking away their
punish
children, or just what was that? I saw the one guy talking about, it's like, oh, people who voted Republican should only be able to work like menial labor, like they can't have any job that involves communicating with the public because they're too harmful. It's like, this shit's nuts. And I would just be like, oh, this is just one Twitter weirdo. It's like, no, these are like major journalists saying this kind of stuff. It's like,
yeah, it's blue ticks, it's attorneys, it's like the heads of like information networks, it's Silicon Valley people. These are the people with serious power. Like when they say, oh, these Republicans should never have jobs, they're in a position to make sure that they can discriminate based on political affiliation in the hiring practices of the companies they're affiliated with. So, yeah, no, it's highly, highly fucked up, and I don't know.
Bob was just to get ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, also to make this even more morbid, Heinrich Himmler had to hide the fact he had death camps. The Soviet Union had to basically talk around the fact that the gulags were death camps. These people are actively desiring death camps.
They're just like, yeah, that's
right
cool.
up front. Well, it's so weird too because they're like, "Oh, nothing is worse than a Nazi." But look, can we just do all the stuff that they did that was agreed upon as
well? This
the thing
is
that
going
made them
into
bad?
the whole why even point out the hypocrisies if they're like if people are like openly talking about death camps for people I don't like or whatever. It's like, okay, well, you can point out that person's a hypocrite, but I don't think that's gonna. You're talking about someone who wants to put people they don't like into death camps. Or deprive, and they've already for years been like, hey, call their jobs, get them fired, destroy their lives, call human services to get their children taken away. Like, they already are like weird, hateful fuck ups, and they think they're the heroes. And I don't say that lightly, but they really think they believe they're like these heroic figures. I'm in some chats where I just lurk and I just watch how they talk, and they think they're just like, they think they're fucking Superman doing this, like calling people's places where they work to get them fired for having opinions, questioning things.
Yep.
And how do you and then if I've even tried a few times to just say like, hey, isn't this a little fucked up? They just get sarcastic on you. Like, that's all they do.
I did think that one chat you shared was especially funny when it was like, oh yeah, no, it's so bad to dehumanize others, and yeah, this person you're talking about that had all this emotional trauma from being dehumanized, yeah, that's terrible. I sure hope he gets some help. I mean, unless they're bad, like evil, yeah, and then it's totally fine to dehumanize them because they really brought it on themselves. They shouldn't have had those opinions to begin with, and then they just go on and on about like who they think it's cool to dehumanize.
It's from the people who talk about like empathy and all this other shit. They don't seem to know what those words mean except when it's very convenient. And I guess what sucks is it's not like there's just a lot of people like this, like a whole lot.
Well, again, it goes down to that thing where I think a real cool guy, the amazing atheist, once said, but this is a good quote.
No, TJ's all right. TJ's all right. Bananas, shit besides,
I know that's let's not knock his assets, but once he said, zing zang, but once he said something to the effect of, you will always be amazed at the result when you have socially acceptable cruelty. Like, you will always have people that like jump to indulge in it. And right now,
I know this stuff, and I don't, cruelty like fucks with me. Like, I've talked about, like, it hurts me to watch people talk like that and be so hateful, and it's just they're gleefully hateful. Like, they're excited to be so horrible to others, and I'm just like, this is what we're encouraging? Oh my god.
Well, it's not just socially acceptable at this point either, which is why it's going to be really interesting to see how things go. It's not just socially acceptable, and it's not even just socially encouraged. It's almost like mandatory to have that cruelty. Like, if you want to get hired in a place, you better have a social media feed that displays the right type of hatred. Like, you seriously have to. If you want to get hired in any of these Silicon Valley companies, or if you want to get in any of these organizations, it's like, well, you better be full of hatred and malicious desires towards this underclass, because
so
if not,
awful. That stuff's hard for me to look at. Like, I find it, I genuinely find it very upsetting. It's like, oh, you should be that way, and I'm like, I don't want to. I do not want to.
And that's why, like, TV. I didn't really think TV could get any worse, but now it's boring and it wants me dead. Yeah. So.
Oh no! These people who make these awful shows want to kill me. Getting killed by these people would be the worst.
Yeah. Well, they want someone else to kill me.
Well,
they want to outsource it to more undesirable blue collar types that they would turn their nose up at. It's like they apparently want all these people dead, but they don't want to get their hands dirty doing it themselves. They want all these people to be like obligated to kill one another for them.
And I guess the other point of
it is
it's seeing how people are like that, and just being like, you don't have to do any of this. Like, you're not gonna have any effect on this shit. You're one little person. Like, let's just, like, you could just be nice to people who are nice to you, and as long as they're not fucking around, you're good. But I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get people's priorities at all. I don't relate to anybody. I'm a weirdo.
I think it's really simple. If you just look at the inputs and like the incentive structure, it makes total sense.
What's the incentive? Like you don't get that much out. Like most, like I guess it's like, oh well, all the celebrities are doing it and they're popular and millionaires. But like most of the people that are doing this, they're never going to be celebrities. They're just going to be weird jackasses.
See, you and I think that we're different from a lot of people because we try to get long-term value. We try to get long-term results from what we're doing because that's like when you're doing a comic, that's the only kind of results you get is long-term.
Yeah, like if you're gonna paint a whole comic, you better be looking at long, not short-term.
Yeah, so you and I, we're generally like long-term like type of thinkers. It's like you don't exercise because it's like I feel great in the short term. It's like no, you exercise because long-term you want things to go well for your body. But think about the incentive structure just in short term. Like I'm talking 30 seconds. What do you get more ass pats on Twitter for? There you go. That is all the information you need to know.
These fucking low impulse control individuals, the lickies. What do you do? We got to put all the lickies in camps. Oh no!
But I mean,
see there it is.
Are kind of what the lickies. That's most people. Most people are just going to be sort of like driven by like the low impulse, immediate incentive structure. So what you have to look at is who is constructing the incentive structure to work like this and why are they doing it, and it's absolutely deliberate. You don't get this.
It's how you
like,
control
you didn't get this,
a lot of people. Yeah, it's the evil marketing shit.
It is. I mean, because even in internet structures, you didn't get this stuff like back when people were on forums talking to each other. Like maybe to a smaller degree.
So you got a little bit of it. Forums could get pretty dicey.
Yeah, but even so, like at this point, we have again. Like, look at the penalties if you don't join in on this hatred. You will be attacked yourself. You will have your job opportunities taken away. You will have money taken away. I mean, you might starve. You're going to have, like look at all the stuff people are saying. At this point, it's like, oh, maybe you'll have socially justified violence leveled against you. Maybe your children will be taken away and put in camps. So there's lots and lots of stick. There's lots of stick. And the carrot is, hey, if you hate the right people, you're a good person. And you can tell yourself you're a good person, and these social institutions will agree that you are a good person. So you can feel good. You get some ass pats on Twitter. We'll go ahead and arrange the algorithm so that it'll boost your engagement, boost your likes, boost your interaction, so you get a nice little dopamine hit. So you give people some petty positive things like that for cruelty, and then you punish them if they don't play along, and you're going to see the stuff supercharged exactly in the way that it is. And I think it's by design.
Guys, it's been lovely. I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh, Nico, it's always good to have you though, bud. I remember last week you said, "Oh, I can't do this again. It's too late. I'm never coming back." And then to see you immediately, it was nice.
It's weekend now, so.
Well, it was good to hear from you, buddy.
I do want to leave with a quote that maybe somewhat explains what we were talking about from Aldous Huxley.
Oh, Brave New World guy. Great.
I've placed it also in the chat.
Please read
the surest way to work up a crusade in favor of some good cause is to promise people they will have a chance of maltreating someone. To be able to destroy with good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of moral treats.
Nice.
Well, and that's what's also weird is this shit, this knowledge that's right there, and you still can't do anything about it. It's right there. What are you gonna do?
Well, that's because it's not the. And thank you for that Huxley quote. That was quite brilliant, Nico. But yeah, that's because the knowledge doesn't matter because people don't care about that. The people that this affects are the people that are. It's the incentive structure. It's the incentive structure that matters. And you cannot talk someone out of making good choices within an incentive structure. Within that incentive structure, like that's what's real. That's what changes the way people feel about themselves. That is what changes the opportunities they have in life. And they know it. So what are you going to do? Tell them not to behave rationally? all of the rational indicators are built into the structure right there, and they know it.
It's freaky. It's freaky shit. I don't know.
But that's why we just gotta. That's why we gotta build our own little outer heaven.
It's what we do. It's what we do.
But anyway.
Me, Dave, and Hideo
Good night,
Kojima.
everybody.
Who would have thought?
Good night, Nico.
Later, man. Always good
Good
to have
night,
you. Hope we
everyone.
can hear from you next week or on a future show.
Maybe.
Maybe. Our tired, far-flung friend. Why do I?
Now, where's the button?
He's trying to get out of here.
Yeah,
I'm trying to end this conversation.
But
I
so
always
I guess
forget where the buttons are. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we got him.
But I guess all of this pathology that we're sort of laying out here and explaining, it's good to at least understand it, and that's kind of why I'm talking through it, because I feel like every time we sort of walk through this, we kind of get a little bit of a more sophisticated understanding of what we're up against and why it's so durable. But that's exactly why it is very durable. It's engineered. These people are extremely powerful. They're not going away, but that's why I think it's critical that we got to start building a presence in smaller, more friendly alternatives that are not trying to do these weird power games.
Hold on. Dicko, what do you want? What are you doing?
What does Ditko want?
I don't know. He just came in here. Now he's chasing AJ. Okay. People like when I put Ditko on the camera, though, so.
Ditko, best friend.
Everybody likes seeing the dog, so.
Yeah.
And the occasional background Sasquatch AJ, the Sasquatch husband, where he just goes by in the background to go to the bathroom. There he is. It's him. Just blurry. Okay, I just scanned in what I was. Dave, what are you drawing tonight? A volume 5 page?
Yeah, I'm on page 128, and I got 129 blued as well. So if I go fast enough, maybe I'll start on page 129.
Wow, how irresponsible. Crowdfunding a 6-figure campaign without even having the book done. Terrible.
Yeah,
I will never get used to watching you draw pages where you draw all the panels separately. Like, I can't do that.
It's just my way. I do the blues and I lay it out, and then I know sort of like what the contours are going to be. And...
What's funny is I tried to do that in college because I was like, oh, this is surely an easier way to do it. And I was like, oh, it's not at all. But now I meet you, and that's like you've been doing volumes and volumes of books like this. So I'm like, well, I guess it worked out for somebody, that technique.
And then, I mean, I'm not even sure if it's necessarily easier. It's just when I started doing this, I was like, well, I want to draw a little bigger. No, it was a technological limitation. I was like, I want to draw the panels bigger, and I'll use the professional full-size comic pages. Cool. And then it was like, a scanner that can fit that size of page costs way more. I don't have that, so if I only have a little scanner and I still want to be shrinking these drawings down a little bit, I guess I'm drawing the panels separately and then assembling them later. So it was just literally because I couldn't afford like a big scanner.
Dude, like big flatbeds are pretty cheap now. What gets expensive is the wide format printers. Those go. It's like, oh, do you want a normal printer? It's like $100. Not even joking. The printer I use to print my layouts was $150. But if I want to print them any bigger, it's like automatically costs at least $2,000. Jesus Christ. Which I really want to do because I would like to paint larger. Painting on 8.5 by 11 kind of sucks, but
yeah, it's a little limiting.
What can you do?
Maybe you could do. I wonder if you could do like an Indiegogo just for a printer,
just for a bigger,
and then be like, yeah, just for a bigger printer, and then be like, hey, basically use it as a way to get some commission slots auctioned out there. Be like, hey, at the top like 3 supporters, you're gonna get a painting. The top 10 supporters, you'll get like a little like poker-sized cutout portrait, or who knows.
That's actually a really good idea, because people like the commissions from me, and they're willing to pay pretty good prices for them. So I was actually doing some commission math today, and commissions they're looking good. So I'd like to get to the point where I'm just doing comics, but if commissions pay the bills, might as well be getting paid more for it. And if I can get a better printer out of it, I'm not upgrading anything in the studio right now until after taxes are paid, because that's always. I might just use that if that $1,400 check comes through, like that's just gonna be like, oh, right into taxes. Anything left over, that's for me.
Probably not gonna cover taxes for me this year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, because you had the big kicks. Yeah, you were talking about that.
Although business stuff, I'm working with a local CPA now, so we might try some things that could
cool.
make the results a little smarter than they would have been otherwise.
Awesome. No, I tried my first CPA and that didn't go well. We've gone over that on stream before.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, TurboTax gives you a free CPA, and boy did I get what I paid for. And I paid nothing, and I got less. No, and now I get the ads on, because I love seeing what ads get served to me, because they're always stuff I don't need and can't afford, or both. And it was like, I've been getting ads for like TurboTax services, which one, I already use TurboTax, so why are you giving me ads for it? And it's like, TurboTax gives you a free CPA, and every time I'm like, they're worthless, they're fucked, don't use them, like, they're terrible. And it's like, oh, and they talk with you live, and it's like, they take days to respond to your instant messages, like, it's totally worthless. Interestingly enough, though, and this is kind of a funny thing, is there is a guy in the furry community called Tax Badger, and if you are a guy doing business like what me or Dave does, that guy's pretty good, and his rates are crazy low, so would recommend. I've gotten a lot of good feedback about him, so. And
hopefully he's not any affiliation to like Boozy Badger.
He is Tax Badger. He is not Boozy Badger. Otherwise, I would not recommend him. But no, he's a different guy entirely. He also is. Yeah, I've talked with him on social media, and he's nice to me, which most of these guys can't do that. So.
It's a rare skill.
I know. That's why. I mean, if he was a dick or had me blocked or any of that shit, I would be saying like, fuck that guy. But no, he is nice, he's affordable, and I've heard a lot of good feedback from other people who work this kind of stuff about him, so I'm like, alright, that guy's good. He's got the Bonitis seal of approval for now.
Good. And I know we've been talking a lot about like crazy social media dystopia stuff, and
I know it's downer stuff, but it does affect us, and it's worth talking about, and it seems like the chat, I think a lot of people in here, it stresses them out. It's something that bothers and worries them. I think they like having the stream where they can where they can talk about this stuff and not worry about getting banned themselves or having someone send a cancel mob at them.
Yeah. And like on that note, I kind of wanted to mention that despite all of the gloom and doom that we're talking about,
we're doing
I have
fine.
Been feeling
yeah.
Oh yeah. Where despite all of the like, oh, look at the world is terrible and crazy. It's like it is, but we're doing pretty good in our little corner, and like I'm just feeling better and better about like everything, and I think a lot of it is focusing less on all that stuff out there that I can't control. Obviously we need to be aware of it. We need to plan around it. But then after that, it's like okay, I'll try these alternatives. Oh, the Crypto Comics guys are going to be great. That's going to be a big help. After you get some stuff lined up and you have some things that you pull the trigger on, it's like at that point, just don't even think about it anymore. Because otherwise, if you're not making another plan, like what are you doing aside from filling your day with like distressing thoughts? So just learning to kind of chill out. Sounds cliche, but meditate a little bit. Like focus on like what's actually around me. What am I actually doing with my day? Take good care of yourself, get like some good nutrition and exercise and all that stuff in there. And this stuff, as bad as it is, it kind of just fades into like the background. It almost becomes theoretical because it's not really a part of your daily life. It's like, it's social media. You can just turn the computer off, get off of Twitter, go onto Telegram or some other service instead. And I don't know, it's possible to feel really good. And I think despite this stuff going on, I think, we kind of got it made at this point. It's just, I feel like we've got a good situation going.
You know what I've been doing when like that stuff gets to me or feels overwhelming or whatever?
Yeah.
I just go online and I research what are things for Dave and I's Peoria, Illinois carp hunting adventure. What are more businesses I need to look up? That's all I do is I just research that, and it's like, oh, then I feel better because it's.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to that too. That looks so. That video you shared,
so
like the
crazy.
guys that are.
That shit
like
has
slam dunking the carp into like trash cans and stuff.
Scarping, yes, the sport they made up.
Yeah.
And that has not changed. That video is 8 years old or so, but the thing that those guys still do that. They still update their channel. The millions and millions of those fucking things have not gone anywhere, despite their best efforts with their Wolverine claws and tridents and whatnot. But yeah,
that's where we come in. They've been having trouble clearing out those carp until Dave and Bone rolled into town.
No, I just researched like, okay, what are marinas we can stay at? Do we want to do a local Airbnb? Do we want to stay at a motel? Do we want to camp? Oh, and I just feel better. It's like, control over this. Although at the same time it makes me upset that it's not summer, because I get so wound up in the winter because there's just. If we had our hunting licenses, it's like we could maybe walk the trails and around 4 Mile Lake and like shoot at birds and rabbits and stuff. But we don't have the setup.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, but we can't get our hunting licenses because they're not doing any of the licensing crap right now because of COVID. And we can't do ice fishing because we don't have the setup for that. We've got someone who's building the setup for that, but that won't be ready till next year. So this winter has just been like my outdoorsmanship is screaming at me. I have dreams about it. I have dreams about it every night. It's nuts.
Is there like any locations that we could get value out of just like by scouting around? Like just
4 Mile Lake. Stuff? Yeah, if we just want to go to 4 Mile Lake and just walk around for a bit, I'd be fine with that. Just take me, you, and Ditko or something.
Yeah, let me know.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind. If you've got a day that that's an afternoon though. We got to meet up, get together, go out there and run around. So
yeah, I mean that's kind of the idea. So
listen, I'm not used to most people being okay with like, all right, there's not really a goal here. We're just going to a place and checking it out for potential things in the future. It's like, no, I want to go there and do something immediately. It's like, well, this is outdoor stuff. You got to go to a place first and make sure it's not. Make sure you figure out what you can do there or what you need. Outdoorsmanship, yeah. It's something else, guys. These are my hobbies. I think they're all stressful.
Well, it's like the good kind of stress though. It's stress where
I enjoy it. I do. The only issue is you're the only person who relates to me on it. People are like, "Wow, kid, that's really interesting," and then you can tell they're really bored.
It's just so nice, though. It's so nice to get off of social media and do things in the real world. And plus, it's so weird because, like, I lived most of my life. Twitter didn't even exist. Like, it just popped into existence. What? Like, so how come it's now suddenly like this crucial? Like, oh, if you're off of Twitter, your life is over. It's like, well, my life seemed fine before Twitter. So maybe Twitter isn't that important. Maybe everyone on there is just getting crazier and crazier, and maybe the more I'm off of it, I can actually
I think the issue with social media in general was it started out as it was a personal thing. It was a valid form of self-expression. You could share things. You could do anything, and it just was like, oh, yeah, this is just your friend. They're doing their crazy thing, and people were like, yeah, that's cool. Then it became something in the water changed, and Twitter and all social media stopped being about sharing and personalization and started being about ads. So now you need to think of social media as the yellow pages.
That's closer to what it is.
Someone in the chat saying, hey, come to Iowa. We'll do stuff. Hey, no, we're trying to figure out the 2021 Vivid RV tour potentially to go to a bunch of places and do like comic book signings and parties and whatnot.
I'm not sure what that would potentially cost, so
we're figuring it out. No promises on that one. Yeah. We're trying to figure it out.
That might be a 2022. I'd love to do it 2021, but we'll have to see. But I would say no matter what, we definitely are doing Beachheads.
We're doing Beachheads, and we both signed up for Freedom Con. We should talk about Freedom Con.
Oh yeah, like are they cool with spreading that Google Doc around?
No,
to, like,
no.
more...
The Google Doc you have to be in like certain chats to get access to, but that's
Okay.
it's a thing
I
that's
didn't want to
happening.
I didn't want to like start sharing it because I wasn't sure if there was any like limited access rules. So I was just like, well, I'll sign up. But
it's Art Slave, the fursuit maker, is putting together a small. It's basically another Beachheads. That's being put together by a fursuit maker, Art Slave, who she's a cool gal. I've met her in the past. She's always been good to me. So I know it's like I want to describe it, but it's the same thing, just in North Carolina, I believe.
Yeah, North Carolina's nice. I've been there once during doing some freelance in my college days.
It was, and it's being set up for 2022, and it's like, oh, we're just going to stay at this hotel. It'll be, and the whole idea is it's no political crazy people, just people who like animal characters and cartoons and want to hang out and have a fun weekend. We're going to go
like a furry convention.
Yeah, right? It's like it's a convention without all the political bullshit. Doesn't that sound great? Wow!
It actually does, and that's why I'm glad you told me about it and that I was able to sign up because, that's early 2022, but it can't come fast enough. That's going to be nice.
I'm looking forward to it. Dave and I will probably drive down there together. That's probably how that's going to end up working out. It's by the ocean, so I'll be able to bring my spear gun, and man, if I'm at a furry convention where I can also go spear fishing and cook for people on the beach, I'm going to be in hog heaven.
I didn't even think about that because I know she was saying like, oh, if you have any food requirements that are specialized, please let me know. And I was just like, I'm not going to do that to you. I'll just be fasting over that week. It'll be fine. Because there's no way I'm going to subject someone to my like insanely specific diet stuff. It's just like, no, I'll just fast. It's all good. But if you catch a fish, well, I can eat a wild caught fish. There we go.
I mean, if it's ocean, I can catch a lot of them. There's just tons. So, and the water is clear in the ocean, so it'll be a lot easier than trying to spearfish up here, where the water's all muddy and full of fire extinguisher detergent or whatever.
Yeah. Well, up here, visibility's like 4 feet, maybe.
I have a list of lakes that are apparently fairly good for visibility. I talked with the local scuba diving community, so I'm gonna be that'll be another weekend where Chad and I go out and see which lakes are seeable in.
Sounds fun, actually.
You also want to do it before the algae bloom happens. Like the water temperature hits a certain point, and then all the algae blooms, and then suddenly visibility goes to hell. Which is why like May and June you can see in the water real clear, and then it's like, wow, July, why does all the water look like mud? It's because all the algae has bloomed and has destroyed visibility. Yeah, the things you learn.
I am learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about nutrition stuff too. It's fun.
Yeah, Dave learns about nutrition. I learn about water visibility. The thrills.
Boomer hobbies. I'm learning about nutrition. Oh boy.
Director 240 says gonna have to leave soon. Love the stream. Might have to watch the VOD later if you get to the redlining, Dave. See you later, Snake. Oh, good to have you, buddy. Director 240 is a newbie. Well, they said they're a long-time lurker, but first-time commenter. So always glad to have that. I'm aiming to head over
thanks.
in the next few years, says Billy. Yeah, we'd love to have you again, buddy. That'd be great.
Yeah, you've definitely got places to crash if you're in our neck of the woods. So.
Their little bone chant freedom. They're already trying. Everyone that has a lake summer home has been there all winter to avoid their state lockdowns, and you can tell by how people drive. Yeah, I've heard about that. People have just been living at their lake houses because like there's fewer rules out there.
Oh, I just got a super chat. Hold on a second. Oh. Thank you for the bits. Director 240 says, "No, you probably won't see this, but had a fun stream. We'll watch the VOD later for the full video. Later, Dave." And then he cheers a whole lot. Thank you. And I think someone mentioned redlining. I have someone that sent me some art that I was going to redline on stream, but I was like, oh, tonight I'm drawing. But
okay.
I think next week I'll probably be having the tablet out, so I'll do that redlining next week, I believe.
And that's just to try and do here's how I would improve this.
Yeah, they just sent me some art and they asked, hey, can you do this? And I was like, yeah, sure. I don't know if I could do the same thing if a bunch of people send me stuff. But I was like, this one guy, yeah, why not? Maybe I could help him out a little bit.
No, I get you. I've done stuff like that before. It's fun. Oh wait, that's
yeah.
I need to turn this blue. That's right, not gray. I'm doing digital stuff where I'm setting up layouts. Woo! Thrilling.
Cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I'm just drawing the side of a boat to the side of a boat.
You know, like I said, can't show it. This guy's got his butt and back sack showing, so sorry. Twitch says no.
Yeah.
There's not enough
I mean, we
Larry
tried with
boys.
the whole Larry boy.
There's not enough Larry boys in the universe for this. This one too stinks because it's an inked piece, and I could show people how the screen tones work. Because everybody likes watching me do screen tones because it's like weird, and nobody else in the universe does it anymore.
It is. It's cool, and I feel like I was having a little bit of like the same frustration that you are experiencing the last couple days because I've been working on that big orgy commission, and it's like, hey, this is really
Where
cool.
do you show that?
It's like, I'd love to be streaming this. It's because I'm working on it for a long time. It'd be lots of content. People could look at me doing it live, and they could see all the shading and the layers and stuff. But it's like, oh, well, apparently the internet doesn't let you stream grown-up cartoons having sex anymore. That's just it's not allowed. You can't draw no-nos, or you'll be booted off of.
Yeah, do we have to start streaming? When does Pornhub have their streaming service?
Well, even Pornhub is supposedly going into apocalypse mode and just taking shit down.
Because they only verified accounts because they had too many issues with people who were, potentially underage or whatever, just putting whatever up there. And I get it to a degree, but it's also like apparently a ton of stuff just got destroyed on there because most accounts weren't verified. Because most people don't want to verify their Pornhub account for reasons.
What, you're not afraid that they would leak or something?
Yeah, that would never happen. That's crazy.
When has a huge corporation had a data breach? That's not a concern.
There's an interesting dichotomy going on in the internet where there are advantages to being very, very open about who you are, and there are advantages to staying very, very anonymous. And there's very little overlap in those. And I'm very open about who I am, so like a verified Pornhub account or a leak, it's just like, yeah, whatever, it's stuff I'm open about anyway. But someone like Hazen, he's very, very private, so he wouldn't want that. Once again, it's the two internets. It's the two internets we've got. Oh my god, why am I error printing on? You are not. Yes, you can. You know how to print. You stupid thing.
I'll be back in just a second, getting myself some more tea.
Sure thing. Dave drinks tea. I drink beer. Okay. Inklo. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Blue ink's not low, and that's what I'm printing is blue. You guys can see me fucking around with the Tower of Power over here. Brother MFC. Paper tray. Multi-purpose tray. Let's try again. I don't know what the error was. So what I do is I do type pencils, and then I scan it in, turn it blue, and then I print it out and ink over that. So what I'm doing right now is printing out the blue lines on my printer, which apparently is having some issues. It might be because I'm streaming, and it's a wireless printer, because I can only stretch so many wires across this apartment before my husband will kill me. Oh boy, he is not enjoying that. Ay, ay, ay. That was Dishwasher? What was that? I don't know. Something's beeping in my house. I believe I did my tests the other day. I have a hell of a sinus infection, but no loss of smell. Oh, people are talking about getting the COVID. Can't wait to see the orange book. I've seen it. It looks very nice. It looks very nice. Dave and Liz worked their butts off on it. It was those drawing lots and lots of characters doing anything together, much less close quarters grappling, is it's a lot of work. So why will this not fucking print? What is going on? I was just figuring some things out, trying to get my... What is this thing doing? I have 3 different printers. They all serve different functions, so sometimes they'll act up. Sometimes. Not being able to taste coffee. Oh yeah, because a big part of smelling coffee is the smell. If you can't smell. Alright, you fucking thing. Fucking print already. God damn it.
Back tea.
You got your tea? Good. I'm still working with my printer. It's really acting up tonight. Usually I don't have that many issues with it, but...
Printer's being a jerk face to you?
It is being a bitch, yes. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know if there's like something in the queue. Because sometimes, if the queue won't go, it just is suddenly like, oh, no prints forever will go through until you go into this other program. There we go. Change setting? No.
Well, you probably shouldn't let your printer get too into queue anyway. It's not a good idea.
I know people love it hearing me deal with my printer. So I usually try to have layouts done in advance, but I'm still in catch-up mode because of the holiday hangover, as I like to call it. Chat is discussing their different people who have had COVID and how that's been dealing for them. Sounds like the real thing with it. You lose your sense of smell, and that stinks.
Does it come back, though? I mean, your sense came back, right?
I never lost mine, but Billy said he lost his, completely for, a month. So.
That's no good. Because, yeah, it takes all the flavor out of stuff if you can't smell it.
Yes. What is my computer doing? I just want to print something. I do this all the time. No, I don't need Bing. Get out of here.
I'm still, of split opinions on the vaccine, too, because it's the virus is... the virus is not a good thing, especially because, maybe not everybody, but some people might also have long-term health issues because of the virus itself. Because, obviously, as someone who has Lyme, you know all too well, a virus can have long-term health effects.
Yeah, turns out.
So that's a risk. Is if you might get Epstein-Barr virus, COVID-19, you might get that, and then you might have some long-term health effects. But the vaccine might also give you some long-term health effects because.
Which one? Yeah, well, because this is a new type of vaccine. It's an mRNA vaccine, and I know very little about this stuff.
I can explain the basic gist of it, which is probably already out of my depth, but I'll tell you what I think I know. And maybe the chat can correct me if I have a total misconception of how it works. But a normal vaccine, what they will do is they will take weakened viruses or dead viruses or parts of a virus, like a certain spike protein, and then they'll inject you with that, basically. So then your immune system sees that spike protein floating around, and your immune system is like, oh shit, we need to make some antibodies for that. We don't know what it is. And then bada bing, bada boom, you get your antibodies. They're all ready to tackle anything that has that spike protein. You're good to go. Because if the virus shows up, well, gee whiz, it has that spike protein and your immune system is ready for it. So that's what I think of. I'm sure there's an actual term for it, but that's what I think of as a normal vaccine, where they actually inject your body with the thing that your immune system is supposed to become sensitive to. However, this is an mRNA vaccine, which works a little different. I don't know why, but apparently we don't have access to the COVID spike proteins or like weakened versions of the COVID virus. Maybe that just takes more time to develop. I don't know. But what we do have the ability to do, I guess, is make a retrovirus, like an mRNA thing. So what this mRNA vaccine does is it goes into your cellular structure, and then it takes a portion of DNA from the virus, and it inserts it into your own cell. And then it prompts your cell, because your cell is now operating based on a portion of COVID DNA, it prompts your cell to start manufacturing spike proteins from the COVID virus. So your own cells essentially become a factory that will produce components of the virus. And then that's how they get the spike protein into your system. Your immune system is like, oh, there's the spike protein. Boom, I got it. We'll get that COVID virus if it ever pops up. Except that spike protein is also coming from your body's own cells, which to me sounds like a recipe for a major autoimmune risk.
Well, I would love to have more of those going on in my life, that's for sure.
And again, I'm talking based on little snippets that I've heard. So if anyone in the chat is like,
way
Dave,
bigger than, yeah, because we're comic artists, we're not doctors.
Yeah.
Like,
we're not like microbiologists or anything. So yeah, anyone in the chat that's like, Dave, you're totally off target with this. Let me explain it. Like, please do. I would like to have an improved understanding, definitely. But my current understanding is that they literally inject you with something that will temporarily, air quotes on temporarily, change your DNA so that it manufactures viral particles. And then your immune system can attack those. And maybe your immune system also attacks you because you're the thing that's manufacturing those spike proteins. I don't know, but it seems like it's a little on the experimental side. I kind of feel like I want to get the Xbox console Gen 2, not like the Gen 1.
Yeah, it's a little. I don't blame people for being skeptical or afraid or anything. I'm not like an anti-vaxxer or anything like that. But there's my fucking print queue. Okay, how do I cancel this? Oh, come here.
Well, I think another thing that I've heard that makes me a little like maybe I'll just hold off, let some other people go first, is all those politicians that were like, I'm getting the vaccine on the air, on video, so you all know how safe it is. And then they looked at the footage and it's like, oh, they weren't actually getting the vaccine.
Wasn't in one of those there was like nothing in the vaccine or something? It was like, oh, there was nothing in there.
One of them I heard they didn't even depress the plunger. They just like stuck the needle in and they're like, yep, well, vaccination, took it out. And it's like, well why are they, if they're trying to make me feel better about this, why are they faking getting it right in front of me?
Put a saline solution in there. It's not that hard.
And yeah, they're not even doing a good job of faking it. So that's like a little concerning. If the people are like, it's totally safe, I definitely would get it for real, no worries at all, and then they like look you right in the eye with a big Tony Tiger grin and like fake injecting it. It's like, well, I know you just lied to me on one level.
Dave, are you pointing out hypocrisies? Why are you even doing this?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's like just look at the show and believe the show. I don't know. It's so weird. Yeah. Okay, so I think I canceled out the. I've never had. I do this all the time, and my printer's never an issue, and suddenly it's acting up like crazy tonight.
Of course, you're on stream. That's how it works.
Oh. Well, and I want to get this done, but I can't work on it. I penciled it. Now I need to ink it. So I need to print my layout.
Just point out to the printer that it's being a hypocrite. That should clear it up.
Oh, okay.
Although I will say, it seems really ironic to me, I guess, that there's so many people in the furry community that are rushing so vigorously to conform to like this authoritarian stuff as soon as it's the authoritarian stuff that happens to kind of flatter their preconceptions.
Yeah, well, it was that's what
it's like, I thought you guys
this.
were all about like being nonconformist and freedom of association.
It was what attracted me to the community in the first place was the very individualistic nature of it, and then to see it over the last 7 years just really radically change. And like I've been saying, like gleefully change has been sad. Okay, what?
I wonder if it's like a particular age where this like is more likely to happen to people. I would say this like pathology of conforming for the perceived benefit of righteous superiority or like moral salvation. Because it used to happen, like, even before, like, wokeness and all that, it would still happen to people. It would just be like, oh, so-and-so got really Christian. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would happen.
So it seems like, I don't know, it seems like there's a pitfall that everyone has the risk of falling into at one point in their life where it's like, oh, you really want to feel like you're a good person. You really need to feel like you have, like, some moral and ethical, like, goodness about you. But you need it to be outsourced. You need to like subscribe to something where that's explicitly the product, and you're just going to obey, and then you can mistreat people, like that brilliant quote that Nico shared, the Aldous Huxley quote. So, but it's like everyone, like some people, they used to fall into the Christian thing because back in the day, rewind 20 years ago, Christianity was the socially acceptable vector for that need, I guess you could say. But now Christianity is, generally speaking, when it comes to like, the Silicon Valley tech companies, at least, these big visibles, media, television, tech, all that stuff. Like when it comes to the corporatocracy, Christianity is no longer the socially acceptable outlet for that.
Yeah,
it's
no
obedience
kidding about that.
It's it's wokeness and it's obedience, explicitly obedience to them and what they tell you to think. So, but anyway, different coat of paint, same basic animal. I wonder if it's like, because is there like a certain age that people have this in? Because I feel like the current furry gatekeepers, I don't know, it's like they're all starting to get old. So maybe this is just something that like older people, like middle-aged people, maybe this is like one form that a middle-aged crisis can take. Or is this like more younger people falling into it?
There's kind of a mix, because you see a lot of the young people are really into it, but then you see like Uncle Kage, the Anthrocon guy, he's a Trump reply guy. Like that's what he does, is he sits around on social media and tweets at the president, and it's like, oh my god, dude, how can you be so lame? Like so all ages are welcome to this, I guess.
Apparently. I just wonder if it's like more of a midlife crisis thing. It also seems like a lot of the younger people are just conforming because they don't know what else to do. And also in the furry community, if you don't conform, you immediately get locked out and you have no access to sex ever again within that community.
That's the worst.
I mean, that's how it works. It's just like the medieval church, where it's sort of like they set themselves up as having a monopoly on access to socially acceptable sex. And it's a good method of control. But I feel like that's a lot of the young people don't even really give a rip about this. It feels more like something that's being pushed on them by the middle-aged, like midlife crisis section of the furry community. Maybe I'm just like, I feel like I'm just kind of spitballing here, but I wonder if there's anything to that.
I mean, who knows? Like it's, you're trying to get into the heads of people that very clearly have very different priorities than either of us.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what they think. I don't know how to think like them. I can try and predict it, but it's weird. And also I'm trying to solve this goddamn printer issue. What is it doing? Like, it is just, I've never had to do this where it's just like, no, I will not send your print. I print things out all the time.
Phone. Have you tried turning it off and then on
I
again?
can try that, but that'll reset the whole stream.
Oh, well. Have you tried, like, kind of like giving it a thump?
Yeah, I'll just smack my computer. I don't even know what to go to in Task Manager to cancel this shit. Photo, here, end that task. I'm just gonna be ending tasks left and right. What is any of this shit? Where's just printer? My printer's acting fucky. Just get rid of all of it.
Chat, I want you to give Bone quality tech advice only, starting now.
What is any of this? Realtek okay, yeah, that's my audio. Scans, no, there. That looks like a printer. Spooler subsystem app, print spooler. Is that what I'm looking for? Oh my god. Windows secure. No, just like I finally figured out where the print queue was, and I've been trying to cancel these printings, and it canceled 2 of them, but then now these last 2, it's status deleting. It's been trying to delete these for 10 minutes now. Cancel all documents. Yes. Nope, that didn't do anything. Just.
I'm just gonna laugh at your suffering.
Oh my
if you don't
god. What is happening? Okay. We'll cancel those. Okay, so now maybe if I reopen the printer queue, is there anything happening?
Have you considered it would be faster just to draw a second copy?
Yeah, right at this point. Oh, no, it's still trying to delete them. It just cannot not print these, but also it won't print them. Document. No, refresh. Like nothing works. It's just has to have these. Pause printing. Okay. Unpause printing. Cancel all documents. Again. How can it not cancel the documents? What is happening here?
Maybe you should give the computer a restart.
Oh, spool services was what I should have gone for. I wasn't sure what that was. No, we're going to solve this live. Everybody loves this.
I told them to give you good tech advice only, so you should just check the chat. They're going to have some great advice for you.
Okay, print spooler. I hit stop on that, so hopefully that did something.
Have you been lubricating your hard drive?
Yeah.
You might need to just pour some some butter in there.
Windows cannot connect to the printer. The local print spooler service is not running. Please restart the spooler. Okay. Just trying to print. I tried to print once and it was like, oh, can't do it. Why? No reason given. All right, let's try it again, and it just got hung up on endless bullshit.
I bet you're tempted to connect that printer with a window right now.
I am. I've had this printer for years, and this in particular has never happened. I have even printed while we've been on stream. Like, this has never been an issue. I don't know what's happening. Just do your job. Do your job. Right, there it is. It's restarting. Oh, it's making a noise. Please wait. Please wait. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, no. Was that anything? Did anything happen? Is it connected? Okay, it's connected. Okay. Okay. This is like a nightmare. See, the one part of my process that's digital and it fucks up. This is why I don't like doing anything digitally, because this shit happens.
It's okay. We'll call this an intermission.
Well,
See, now it's classy.
Your printer has experienced an unexpected configuration problem. OX8070. Cool. That's new. Oh my god.
An unexpected configuration problem. Well,
This is
like, as opposed to like an expected configuration problem.
Oh my god. Check Telegram, Elvis style. I sent you instructions. Check Telegram. Try going. Oh my god. Alright, I'll check Telegram. Windows, clear print queue, Technopages, see the command method. Someone please tell him to read this. I'm sorry, I can't check all the services all the time. Select start. Now it's, but now like I can't even, now like my printer is like, I don't know how to restart the spooler service or whatever this is.
First you gotta extract the hammer from the side of the printer.
It's just, printers are the worst. Like, we've never been able to make a printer that just works properly. I don't know what it is. Okay, that's a million service host things. I'm in, like, Task Manager. Tablet service, scan to exit. I guess I just don't have printers anymore. I don't know.
Hey,
see, isn't it more fun when I'm doing the
the
traditional artwork than doing this stuff?
That's alright, we may have salvation on the way.
Windows cannot connect to the printer. The local print spooler server. How do I restart the spooler? I restarted the machine. Where's the option to restart the spooler?
I think Hazen just woke
If only
up.
there was some sort of command prompt. Is there a command prompt for the oh, type nets. Okay, right click command prompt. Okay, select start, type command.
Hazen woke up. I think his spider sense went off that we were starting to create a genuinely boring stream, so he's coming in.
I'm sorry, I don't normally. Now I'm in like a part of my computer. I've never right click command prompt, select run as administrator. Type net stop spooler, then press. Oh my god, this is.
You're going down a dark path. As soon as you get to the run as administrator areas, and then you try to do that, and then it's like you have to log in as an administrator, and then you're like, how do I do that?
Service is not started.
Of course.
Help is available by typing net help. Type.
It's like, of course I'm an administrator. Like, no one else owns my computer. Why would I not be the administrator? Why do I have to log in again? What is the password for me to be the administrator? You're getting into fun territory when that begins.
Dell percentage system root. Oh my god, is this real? System root percentage. Where's the backslash? I have the forward slash. Where the fuck is the other slash? I don't see it on the keyboard. Oh, nope.
I'm just imagining you like
there's
in
two
Tron
forward
right now,
slashes.
walking into walls. Like Bowen is in a skin-tight neon accented suit, just like walking into the same wall over and over.
No, I need the backslash, but I only have forward slashes. Where's the other one?
Wait.
There it
Your
is.
keyboard
Okay,
doesn't have a backslash?
No, I found it. I found it. Sorry, there's two. System 32. Slash it again. Spool. This is ridiculous. Just to clear this.
Yeah, I just came in to tell you that this stream sucks and you guys should report yourself to the Thought Police.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself. This is so ridiculous. Oh, then it's a forward slash.
I mean, I can't exactly disagree with that at this point. Like, if we struggle with printers too much, maybe we just need to be culled from the herd. It's time.
That was not a recognized or external. Cool, awesome. Net start spooler. System error 5 has occurred. Well, I cleared it. Whatever. Now, how do I get the spooler started again? Spooler.
Spooler.
I just wanted to print something. I've done this thousands of times. Your printer has experienced an unexpected Oh, and of course I can't copy and paste what the problem is. I just can't. No, y'all have to listen, because everybody who tells me, "Kit, you should go back to your digital style," this is what you have to deal with, because you've said I should do that.
To do that, your painting style is so cool, though. Why would someone tell you to go back to digital?
People say it all the time. They're like, "Well, I like the old stuff," or "You should just do both," or how to fix OX80706BA and other errors. Corrupt or damaged system. Oh, cool. This is gonna take forever. I guess I broke my whole computer trying to print this fucking thing. Something I've done thousands of times.
Just delete system 32.
Control plus C plus. Okay, what?
Usually what I do if I'm running into stuff like this.
Oh, people are screaming at me.
No, just
Guys,
go into the registry.
I can't look at your phone. You can literally copy and paste what I gave you.
Just go into the system registry, and if you start just kind of start deleting stuff, usually that cleans it up.
I don't even know what I'm copying and pasting. Try going.
Yeah, just delete some registry entries. That usually clears it up. You don't really have to worry about what's in there.
Try going into services and restart spool service. If only command prompts feels bad. Feels bad. I thought it was. You can hold Discord is loading. Throw a printer into Lake Michigan. Yeah, guys, I only have one computer screen. I don't have like multiple screens. I'm moving around between tons of screens trying to fix things. I'm just trying to access the local. Just okay. If the local print spooler needs to be restarted, just restart it. Where's that option? Print a
Pointing out the hypocrisy of these error messages is not going to do anything. It's just a power dynamic.
Run the troubleshooter. Okay, I can't run the troubleshooter. That's not good. Print a test page. Detecting problems. You're not going to type.
So, how have you been, Colin? How are you holding up in our new fun dystopia?
Doing pretty good.
Wait, it was making a bunch of... Wait, hold on. The printer's making noise suddenly. I don't know why. It's 38 minutes later. It's doing something.
If it starts growing like a leg that like folds out and an arm, just run.
It printed it. It just did it perfectly like it always is supposed to. There it is. All right, I don't know why that took half an hour. I don't know what I did.
I should have given you the advice about deleting stuff from the registry. I should have just said that sooner because that's obviously.
All right, I don't know. It just suddenly decided to work.
It was right after I gave you that advice that it started working.
It hurt you. Anyway, I actually have to really pee, but we got 20 minutes left, so I'll go pee real quick, and then we can discuss how much of a fucking idiot I am.
Me and Colin can get started on that right now if you want to go ahead. Colin, so chime in. How much of a effing idiot is Bone is the new topic, I guess.
I think his IQ's like below 12. I'm not sure.
He told me it was below.
Sometimes I'm talking to him, and then, like you can just tell by like every sentence that he says. You're just like he's not. This guy's not even speaking English. Like what the hell?
I know he's told me that it's below 70 for sure. So 12 is in the range of possibility.
Well, I mean 70 is pretty good.
70 is pretty good. Like I think I'm a little over 70. I'm probably like 75. So I'm pretty smart.
I mean, I think I'm about 72. Yeah.
72. Then I'm like the smartest guy in the room. 75 is way up there.
Sorry, say that again. Someone was just talking to me.
Oh, I was saying if I'm 75, then I'm the number one.
Yeah, you're a lot smarter than me. You can probably do math problems. I can't do those.
I can do even have you heard of substitution problems where there's like this thing called a variable? I've done that before.
I've never even heard the word substitution before.
It's this thing that sometimes the teachers do in school, right when they want to teach you something hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know hard like a rock, right?
Yeah. Or like a diamond is hard. Like in cartoons, when they put that on the edges of swords, it makes them super swords.
I know what that word means.
Yeah, swords.
Yeah.
Although on the topic of swords, I wonder if some of our social ills would be cured by returning to duels as socially acceptable. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that's if I ever ran for like a public office, that would be my like #1 slogan, or that we would be able to like publicly hunt down pedophiles. One of those two.
Oh, that'd be fun. You have to be careful with that second one though, because otherwise everyone will just say like, "Oh yeah, they are. Trust me." And
well, no, it'd be like once we had like gone through like a whole like court process and everything, then we'd have like a Hunger Games style thing, or like
like if it's post conviction. Okay.
I was thinking that, or like what's that one movie where they have the day where there's no laws or whatever?
The Purge.
Yeah, the Purge. It'd be like the Purge, but for pedophiles. And they'd all be like marked, you know. It'd be a fun game, be a fun time, and then like I would be the God Emperor because people would love it. I'd be the real God Emperor, not the fake one like Trump. Haha.
But I still think like if people got mad enough on Twitter, if they could escalate that to a duel, I don't think with pistols that's not like dramatic enough. I think it has to be with like swords or axes, you know.
Yeah.
Hand to hand stuff.
I was gonna say the people that get mad about things on Twitter wouldn't have the balls to ever actually wield any of those weapons, so I think it'd be fine.
I think it would be
humiliation.
Hey, Hazen Cruz in the house.
Hello, boys.
Hey, we're just
timing. Yeah, we were talking about bringing duels back, and I was saying that it should be mandatory, not based off of people arguing on Twitter, but based off of the audience watching them argue on Twitter. Like, there's got to be a threshold where the observers can be like, yep, this meets the criteria. You guys have to duel now. It's not up to you. We voted. You have to duel.
Oh, boy. If they can't bring that back, Dave, there'd be no celebrities left. I'd fucking murder them all. Was it like duel with pistols or?
I don't think pistols. I think pistols is too much like literally hit and miss. I think for entertainment purposes, because it would also be roped into a reality show, obviously. Like, you know, pro wrestling. So I'm thinking like swords, axes, like just anything. Yeah, like anything hand to hand.
Okay, yeah. So what would happen is I would just aggravate celebrities until people demanded we duel, and then I would just beat up Steve Bloom and dunk his head in the toilet.
Watch that, man. That's called entertainment right there.
I'd watch that too.
Like, if I'm being fair too, I think at this point we'd have to mandate that Bone get into a duel with his printer.
What's happening with his printer? I like, my alarm did not go off, man. I've been like fucking dead to the world.
That's good. That means you probably needed rest and you got it, so I approve of that. But Bone was over here. We had like a good start to the show, but then halfway through his printer stopped working and he started diving into like task manager and sub menus and like registry lines and just getting angrier and angrier, and it was delightful.
Oh, dude, printers are fucking stupid. Like, they would just randomly decide they don't want to work. They'll randomly decide no toner is good enough for them. They're such fucking princesses. I hate them.
Yeah. Hey, new like from Cody Wiles. Thank you, Cody.
Guys, I have breaking news.
What's the breaking news?
News at this hour.
So on Sam Hyde's Gumroad, he finally posted The Great War. Or at least looks like episode 1. It's this movie that he did a trailer for a couple days ago.
I saw that.
Yeah, he released the trailer, I think, during like the whole like Capitol thing, which was hilarious.
It was perfect timing.
And then he said he spent like fucking like $40,000 on it and it took him like a year and a half to make. And apparently he either released it or it's titled Episode 1. It looks like on the Gumroad, but oh my god, it's gonna be his what do you call it, magnum opus. I'm thinking
his swan song, if you will.
Yeah, and fucking what's the name of that general from the fucking commercial that he had?
Oh,
Yeah.
like general insurance. Yeah.
Yeah, the general insurance.
Yeah, I saw that in the trailer. Shit, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
And they have
I'm
shots from
I'm
like, the
tempted
helicopter.
to. I don't think he's posting that on YouTube though, is he? It's going to
He
be
said
his
he was gonna
Gumroad only.
premiere it, and then the premiere would be the only time you could watch it for free. Otherwise, it would just be on the Gumroad. But if
Do you know
want,
when that premiere?
Oh, you're talking about the new Sam Hyde thing?
Yeah.
Sam Hyde's new, what was it?
The Great War.
The Race War or whatever? Yeah.
It's called the Great War, yeah. Or the Race War, that works too.
Either or.
That's probably what the Great War was.
Oh my god! Wait, did Hazen actually show up, or is it people in the chat are saying Hazen, but I think it's...
Hazen did show up, but he's muted right now.
Oh,
I don't know where
he's a little late. He's a little late!
We're kind of playing a shell game with you where, like, he's here until you have to go do something, and then he's back, and then when you come back, it's like, oh, where'd Hazen go? Oh, he was just here.
Oh,
Like
he
that
would have
sitcom.
stuck around, but your printer started working.
So, Dave, I just learned that you premiered it yesterday. So that means it's not going to be available publicly. But next time I come over, we can watch it if you want.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Speaking of, I've been meaning to invite you to come hang out.
Yeah, I'm pretty open right now.
Like, actually, no joke. If you are and you're in the mood, you're welcome to come over and hang out sometime. It'd be fun.
Coyote wanted to enter. Coyote has the permissions to enter, I believe, so he can enter.
He does?
I think.
Yeah, he asked me if he could have them, so I can't give them to him. I don't think.
I have those powers now.
Bone. I have the power. Yeah, watch out. Bone now has the power to invite guests to his own stream. Step back. It's a new era.
Well, people ask me all the time, and I figured it was probably a good idea for me to just be able to give people those. So it's like, so I don't have to go through Dave every time. I thought he had those because he's popped in before. Oh, he says he doesn't.
We may have pulled him in.
Well,
It might have been back in the old days.
Well, I'd like to give him the permissions, but Discord's a nightmare, and for some reason...
I'm telling him to join our voice channel so you can find him.
Yeah, because if I want to give somebody the permissions, they have to not only be in the server, but I think they have to be logged in, because otherwise their name does not show in the server register. Because I was trying to give...
You can search for it in the admin panel, but it won't show, because the offline people are hidden in the server.
Oh, okay.
That's a cool feature.
Because there was that Monaco person I was trying to give permissions to, and I could not give it to them until they were on. They had to be online and in the Dreamkeeper servers. Then I could give them the permission. So I had to sync things up. It's such a mess. So, Coyote, I'd love to give you the permissions, but right now I'm looking at the Dreamkeeper server, and where your name, Coyote in the Hat, would be, I see Coop and Corvus, and then Crazy.
Well, he's in the voice channel now. You can right-click on his name there.
Oh, I can do that? Discord works so poorly. Okay, so let's see.
You can tell they designed it to try and be very, intuitive, but it just, everybody's used to TeamSpeak.
No, it rolls.
It just doesn't.
Rolls. It says he has Snake Pit stream.
That's because I beat you to the punch.
God damn it!
I'm gonna drag him in. Initiating
protocols. Hey man, have you been enjoying watching me struggle to make a printer work? Has that been fun for you? So sorry.
You know what's been funner is the trying to make Discord work.
Isn't it great? People are like, why do you not like Digital Art Kit? And it's like, cause a paintbrush, I don't have to do any of this shit.
Now, kid, let me tell you, when that scary black box with the white text comes up, I think they call it a command prompt. Did you know that you can copy and paste text that I sent to you into that so you don't have to type it?
See, that's what's funny.
It's a lifesaver.
See, now that you say that, that's really smart. But I've also had a lot of beers, so I didn't think of that.
Speaking of which, I should grab some more whiskey.
You should.
Yeah.
You should.
Saturday is my whiskey drinking day.
Oh my god.
What's Sunday?
That's a good day.
Yeah, God. So with Shots with Comics, I'm the whiskey drinker, but Chad bless his heart, has tried to drink whiskey, but he's like, it's too harsh. I can't do it. And then now, our social media manager, Sifra, she's also drinking whiskeys, and she's trying what they're both just like, here, I like this. And they're just constantly sending me these dessert whiskeys, and I'm like, no, this doesn't taste like Vaseline. No!
Vaseline.
Yeah, if it doesn't burn my mouth intensely and make me feel like I'm growing hair in my balls just by drinking it, then I don't want it.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm growing pubic hair in my stomach, so I don't want to drink it. So
Now that is actually a project that I would have for you guys.
Is to grow pubic hair in our stomachs?
Pubic hair in our stomachs.
You haven't already?
Damn it! That's not what I was building up to, and you know it. And you made me sound like a wussy boy on purpose, even though I'm not. So, what I was going to say is a project for us is creating a non-alcoholic version of whiskey that I could drink, because I like the taste of whiskey and like the harshness and like the how it burns and all that stuff.
Yeah, what do we
so
give you?
I'm
Like,
wondering-
yeah, what is the O'Douls of whiskey?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they don't already have it, maybe I could invent it.
How do we do that? I'm sure there's a way.
You know, it might sell. You never know.
And the
It would sell to idiots like me, I'm sure.
What if you could like filter out the alcohol and just give it all to Kit, and then you take the whiskey part?
I feel like that would just be like distilled like cigar water. Like if I just took a cigar and ran water over it like tea, that'd be alcohol-free whiskey.
I'm kind of halfway there with Lapsang Souchong, because that's a tea that has like a very smoky sort of flavor to it.
Yeah, I had that at your place. That stuff was good.
Yeah, it's like drinking a cigar, so I'm halfway there, but I need something to add like sort of that fire and bite.
No, and I get that, because sometimes I'll sometimes be like, man, I just want that taste of that harshness. I want that roughness, and nothing else has it other than highly alcoholic beverages.
Although I wonder if now I'm thinking maybe I should try some Lapsang Souchong, put that on ice, and then I wonder if I could actually mix it with like some vinegar. That might do the trick.
Ooh, vinegars, but I mean that's got the harshness to a degree. Apparently Chad. Chad could not handle Glenfiddich. Oh, that's terrible, because Glenfiddich's delicious. It's like drinking firewood smoke. It's great.
No, I have that bottle just so I can.
Oh, gee whiz, that sounds fucking disgusting.
No, it's good. Dave has it at his place. He won't. Yeah, he can't drink it, but you can just smell it, and it's nice.
Like Joe Biden with the 12-year-old. It's great.
Did you guys talk about the new stuff that came out about him?
Maybe. I talked about him being on the Judiciary Committee for Waco. That was funny.
Oh, that is funny. The kid sniffing thing has like a whole new meaning now, because like there's pictures of fucking Hunter Biden, like with like 7-year-old Chinese kids in just a towel, and the kids have like weird like leather fetish gear shit on.
Are they in pup masks?
Are they in pup masks? God, that's about the only thing that's missing.
Oh no. Hunter Biden lives an extraordinary life.
He really does.
That guy is always...
He fit right into some of these cons.
He might be going to some of them. I don't know. I don't even keep up with... I just absorb the Hunter Biden stuff via osmosis. I don't seek it out. I don't look for it. But, man,
I don't either.
That guy's just always up to some shit. I really like chai and genmaicha tea. I don't know that one. Yeah.
Did y'all see the link that Chad posted?
What did Chad post?
It's the non-alcoholic spirits.
Oh my God! There you go, Dave. Your non-alcoholic spirits.
Really? Someone send me that link in Telegram immediately.
On it.
Thank you.
Oh my God! That Dry London Spirit American Malt. That's probably gonna be close to. That's crazy that this is a market. There's so many. Oh my god, they have a ton of flavors. Look at all of these.
Yeah, I might be making some progress here. Although I've got to be.
Dave, you can
Like,
play.
that's
You
the-
can play pretend drink with us. You can be like, I'm
Maybe.
drinking too. It's real.
You have to realize though that's only past one level of my Helsing Alucard like 5-level unlocking procedure for things I can put. into
Oh,
my
you
face.
did read Volume 2. Yay!
No, that series is so cool. It gets like it rises to horror levels that are like Junji Ito-esque, I would say.
It's fucking crazy, isn't it?
I love it. It's become one of my favorite mangas, I think. It's right up there with Akira in terms of just like the crazy power stuff that happens.
Yeah, Kota Hirano was like, well, what if the protagonist was a monster that was invincible? Where would you go with that?
How the Major almost has the beginnings of an interesting plan where it's like, oh no, if I get him to totally unleash his power like this, what it does is effectively separate him from the countless lives that he's consumed, since he's, sending those out to terrorize everyone else. So it sort of leaves the core guy revealed and isolated, which it's actually a cool strategy.
It's like a weird, yeah, he plays like a weird numbers game. I'm echoing on somebody's.
There's more of that math stuff.
Yep.
We're talking about Alucards and alcohols, and the chat's like, I like tea.
Tea is good.
I do like tea. I drink. I partake. Oh, Hazen, you were really late to the stream tonight. What's going on, man?
My alarm didn't go off.
Oh, okay. I thought it might be a sleep thing. I wasn't sure, so,
I was very tired. I probably needed the extra sleep, but there's like weird new icons on Twitter. Anyway, I probably needed the extra sleep, but I got it definitely now.
Good.
I was up this morning. I work third when I work my little day job, but I usually go to sleep at 8 or 9 when I get home in the morning. But
That's so weird.
Today I stayed up and somebody was like, you should check out Minds.com.
I saw you doing all the Minds
And I was
stuff.
like-
I need to set that up myself. Cause
Yeah, I was like, no, dude, mine sucks. It's awful. I fucking used it years ago, and it was like they would send you weird emails. It's like, hey, come back onto Minds. You have free money waiting there that you just have to claim it. And then I would go, and there'd be no fucking free money there. So I was like, I'm never using this. Yeah,
Y'all should have jumped on Ello.
Wait, what? Ello?
Hello.
Ello, it was like the first failed Twitter clone before Parler.
I've never heard of Ello.
Yeah, it's like hello, but without the H. It's so cool.
Hello.
Wait, I remember that.
Hello.
Yeah, I didn't get on it, but I remember it. Hello, governor.
Hello.
Yeah.
We should just go revitalize that service. I mean, it doesn't have a negative image, except for the name.
Humanity's
But
doomed.
no, I got back on Minds, and it's cool now. There's not just a bunch of people posting, oh, MAGA, here's a Bible verse. It's like fucking other shit. Here's some art that I drew. People have art on there now. People talk about music. People, a lot of people talk about crypto because Minds has where you can earn crypto and stuff from it and cash it out for ETH.
Hey, that's cool.
I'm thinking I should start doing that with all my music posts from now on. Just being like, MAGA, here's some new music and a Bible post.
Yeah. I posted stuff on there, and immediately, I think Dave was looking at his, and when you go on there, there's the community's obviously smaller than something that's major like Twitter, but you get organic views and engagement and stuff. People, I had no idea who they were. They don't follow me. They were joining, following me, and talking with me.
Minds.
It's Minds.
On Minds.
minds.com. Your mind.
They're all
coming
Minds.
from my mind.
I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
Yeah, I was surprised because we've been on there for cross posting for a couple of years, and I was
Have
like,
you
oh,
really?
yeah,
it's like it's like a contingency account in case we get deleted off of everything else. But there's nothing there basically. People would every post would get 2 to 14 views. It's it's pretty much nothing. I looked at it again today and it's like, what the hell? There's posts getting like 80 views, 100 views, 200 views.
That's an uptick.
Yeah, so.
Y'all should check out trafficinsider.org.
What is that a thing? Is that a real thing?
Yeah, it's actually a community I co-run. It's something else you can like earn crypto for making posts and voting on and stuff like that. It's a similar system to mine's, except it's like geared towards marketing, communications, stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
All right, two things. One, that's good to know. I'm glad it's a thing. Sean, I noticed instead of saying similar, you say simular. And I like that.
It's stimulating.
You keep ratting on me about this. Like,
have I gotten on you about that
I
before?
talk to you,
I don't know why. It just sounds so
this
funny.
This is the 4th time.
You like to play hide and seek too?
Hi, doggy. Like, yeah. Similar. I don't know. It
I will
just...
come back and play with you.
Thank you, robot. We can't get on the robot in the family again. People will be like, no.
Oh my god, I watched that review since the last week. It's,
good.
It's surreal.
Isn't that crazy?
Crazy is one word for it, yeah.
How did that get made?
I don't
can't
know.
believe people
but
got hurt filming that in that stupid costume.
how many men died in that suit that we'll never even hear about?
How many men died to the robot in the family costume?
Bring us robot in the family.
Because for the gold mining robot. Oh,
it looks like it was such a torturous thing to just try watching. Oh my god.
What did you say Mike Slacklassa said? It's like being a roller coaster into your own grave.
Riding a roller coaster into your own grave. Yeah, it's like my favorite quote from him.
Yeah, Liz really liked that quote a lot, the riding a roller coaster into your own grave.
I told someone that about was it like a few weeks after that came out, like someone asked me for a critique of like an artist they like, and that's what I said about their art, and they didn't ask me for critiques anymore.
Whoa.
I said it was a visual roller coaster into my own grave because the art was so bad. I don't know, I was tired or something. I was like, oh, go away. I don't want to talk about your artwork. Coyote in the family. Yeah.
I am the family coyote. Oh, I just found some gold. What did you know it? I just found some gold.
It's the movies those guys find, or there's some, it's.
I do wonder sometimes how the fuck they like find all those.
People mail them that shit. That's the big thing. Is people just have like weird family collectibles. They're like, hey, this is a movie I watched a bunch growing up because my parents happen to have it, and they mailed it to Mike Stacklaza in Milwaukee, and then he watches it and is like, oh my god.
Have you guys ever seen Heart Beeps?
Heart Beeps?
It's Andy Kaufman as a robot.
Oh, no, I have not seen that. Oh, there's Sean's dogs.
Hey.
His very talkative dogs.
It's okay.
Well,
it's
no,
okay.
you have one talkative dog. The other one's quiet.
Yeah, no, this is the quiet one this time.
Oh, Belle is being the loud one. Usually it's Chip.
Competing.
Usually Chip's the noisy boy.
Chip's usually like, me, look at me, I'm Chip, I'm the biggest dog in the world.
I play D&D with Sean, and his dogs will just suddenly decide, oh, no more D&D for you. You have to pay attention to us.
They know how to open doors. I don't know how they figured it out, but like they both just like.
You've let them watch Jurassic Park too many times.
Yeah.
Oh, they watch TV. I'm not even joking. Like, they watched Homeward Bound about a month or so ago, and Chip loved it. I think he got ideas.
Oh, yeah,
from
you
it.
showed me clips of him just, like, staring intently at the screen while watching Homeward Bound. Like, he was into it.
Money plane.
Yeah, I see people making money plane. Money plane. Like, Red Letter Media references will always get me.
Kelsey Grammer.
Yeah,
Kelsey Grammer.
yeah.
I'm the
What
baddest
was
motherfucker on the world?
He's Why did Kelsey Grammer take that job? Is he that desperate? Like, come on, man, you were Frasier.
Like a quick $500.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's probably all he got from that. Actually,
It can't have been much. That movie looks like shit. That was a COVID release movie. During 2020, the year when so many good movies came out.
Are there going to be any other kinds of movies ever again?
I don't fucking know. I'd love movie theaters to come back because I like going to the theater, but
either someone is having a boxing match or I hear like a keyboard that has the thunder of the gods.
They're having a really fast boxing match.
See, I type with my boxing gloves on, like My Hero Strong Bad.
That's gonna make you strong bad.
Like My Hero Academia.
I like the. I haven't heard about Strong Bad in a long. Now there's a name I haven't heard.
I miss that so much.
I mean, I think their website's still up.
I never really got into the Homestar Runner.
Yeah, it is, and they actually updated it for HTML5, so
did they?
you don't have to worry about. Yeah, it's really cool. I'm surprised they did it.
Wonder Woman 1984.
I feel like it was one of those. It was one of those emblematic web comics. It was right in the early zone of the internet when the internet seemed so. Had that combination of being like pure and totally filthy. That was the perfect mix.
No, like me and my friends in middle school and high school, we were very into the Homestar Runner. I was like, yeah, this is hilarious. It's this weird thing we can make references to that no one will understand, and we sound like weirdos.
I remember when I was working at college as like a media monitor, checking out like darkroom equipment to people. I just had to basically sit there and babysit equipment for hours, and there was a computer there, so I binged a lot of Homestar Runner doing that.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do?
I never got into that. I just watched YouTube poops.
That was a little later. I liked those too. So
I don't know. I think I met like a group of people who would talk about the Homestar Runner shit, and they were just fucking the dweebiest people ever.
Are you thinking of Homestuck? Because there is a difference.
No.
I spent like a whole year thinking Homestuck was just like a Homestar Runner thing, and I was in college and I was like, why is everybody talking about Homestar Runner again? But they're calling it something funny? That's weird. Oh well. Like,
yeah, so the character Homestuck.
it took me a while to figure out that it was a completely different thing. And then I learned
I'm Homestuck.
I thought it was related.
The exposure I had to that was like I was actually like selling a comic book I did years ago, and I was at a convention, and these three girls walked up, and they were all dressed up like blue Onis with like candy corn horns, and I was like, what are you guys supposed to be, huh? What's this all about? And they were just like, oh, we're from Homestuck, we're trolls, and they hissed at me and wanted to take pictures and stuff, and I was like, okay.
Take out a gun and execute all of them on the spot.
Well, I didn't know anything about it, so no. But like later, I went to Anime Week in Atlanta one year, and there was these. God, it makes me feel fucking sick just talking about it, dude. There was these people. I guess it's something from the comic. This is the reason I never read Homestuck, by the way. We were all like a restaurant, like a sit down place, like a nice place, right, like outside of the Cumberland Mall.
What year was this, by the way?
There were these fucking like group of like maybe 10 people that were all sitting at like a little one of those big round booths. It was a Japanese place, and one of them pulled like a bucket out of a bag.
Oh my god!
Like all of them just started like spitting into this bucket, and I was like, "Hey, are these people spitting into this bucket like at this restaurant where I'm trying to eat?" And like I don't know, something about spit like grosses me the fuck out.
Because it's
really
spit.
bad.
That's why.
I can't deal with it, dude.
Well, you're at a restaurant. Don't spit in a bucket.
Yeah, I just got up and had to like walk outside because I was gonna throw up, and then I recognized like some of them were dressed as like the troll characters, and one of the girls was like 800 pounds. So I was like, so we have like this there. They're all spitting. I don't know. I don't think I want to watch whatever this is or read it, whatever the fuck is supposed to be done. But I never read it because of that.
The fucking buckets. So like I have so many bucket stories. I just completely avoided the series because of it.
Did you go to a lot of conventions and spit in buckets, Sean?
Yeah, I don't understand.
No, but I've had people like come up to me with buckets and be like, "Do you know what this is?" And I'm like, "A bucket," and then they just like start giggling and they're like, "No, do you know what it is?" And I'm just like, "Just leave me alone."
Yeah, that was like a thing. I know there's some notorious video of a bunch of Homestuck cosplayers spitting in. I don't know what. I've never read the comic. I don't plan to. Because people are too annoying about that. That's always my thing. If you're too annoying about a comic, I won't read it.
Does anyone know what the thing is with the bucket? Because now I'm just baffled.
It's some kind of way they have sex or something.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Okay, so like one time. Yes.
It's something to do with sex. I asked somebody a long time ago, like, what's the deal with the bucket? You always see these people with fucking buckets.
Like a sex
and
bucket?
They're like, oh, it's like you know, if you pull that out when you're talking to a troll, it's like pulling out a dildo or something. And I'm like, okay, that's funny, I guess.
I think
this one.
You aren't funny. I work in the sphere.
The comedy sphere. For those wondering what the hell we're talking about, Count Dankula got in an argument with actor Seth Rogen about
Rogen DM'd him.
Yeah, private messaged him. I don't know what they got I don't know what it started about, but Count Dankula's like, "Yeah, oh man, you're tweeting misinformation, blah 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 blah." And Seth Rogen's like, "Whatever, you're not funny. I work in the comedy sphere. I work in the sphere with Michael Crichton." It was a bizarre conversation. I read the whole thing and was like, "What the fuck is this?" Which stinks because I like movies like Pineapple Express and Superbad. They're funny, and it stinks.
They are. Yeah. He's not that funny in them.
I mean, he's fine. Whatever. It just stinks that he's just a total Hollywood asshat. But you know, what can you expect?
We'll just make our own funny shape. We'll be the silly cube.
I don't know what Homestuck was for quite some time. However, oh boy, yeah, Homestuck was a big thing on the internet for 2.5 years, and now
it basically birthed Undertale.
It did, yeah. What was it? I think the Undertale guy, Toby Fox, that's how he got his start. Was as a Homestuck fan account. That was his whole thing.
He did the music for like some of the scenes or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I never read Homestuck. I played Undertale finally after a while, and I was like, well, that was cute. I don't get why it's like this huge thing, but that was cute, I guess. It didn't resonate with me emotionally very much, because the whole moral of the story was, if you're just nice to everybody, things are good. And I'm like, huh, that's not how anything works.
There's actually, in its defense, there is actually more to it. It's just one of those things that you really have to, get into, play more, dive into the game files and stuff.
What I liked was
I enjoyed it, but I didn't know you could be nice to people till later. So the fucking cow bitch at the beginning is trying to kill me when I'm trying to leave the cave, and I don't know what to do. There's a fight. I killed her, and they're like, "You killed the cow lady?" And I was like, "What else am I supposed to fucking do? I don't know what to do."
Excuse me, her name is Toriel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, whatever. And then fucking she's got butterscotch or something, and she fucking is like, "You can't leave. I'm gonna kill you." And I'm like, "No, you're not." And then I fucking killed her, and then everybody in my stream freaked the fuck out and said I ruined the whole playthrough because I killed her.
No, you can't kill the mom.
Yeah, and apparently you can just sit there and fucking take bruises and lumps off this bitch, and fucking eventually she's just like, "Oh, I can't actually go through with actually finishing you off because you're like my child or something," and she just lets you leave. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to know that?
Because people in the chat are screaming at you. That's how you know.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it depends on what kind of cow it is. If it's one of the mutated cows, then it should be killed.
Mutated?
It's definitely a mutant.
What are the mutated cows?
Okay.
Is that a thing?
Have you not heard?
I was gonna say, what is it with you people and black screens and white text that just makes you all do the wrong thing?
We're just dumb. We're just really fucking stupid.
But if you're interested in mutated cows, you just sprung one of my trapped cards because it has to do with the difference between casein A1 and casein A2 proteins, one of which is vastly
keto
more
thing.
damaging
God
to the
damn it!
I gotcha. I sucked you in. That was a surprise attack. And I got you to ask me about it. That's another check on my checklist of tricking people into asking me about diet shit.
You fucking monster.
Is this like residual from your training as a Christian?
Yeah.
I guess like the new version, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. He dropped Christianity and took up keto, and you'll think you're at his house just having a normal get together, and you'll be like, yeah, man, you're just talking about normal stuff, and they'll be like, have you heard about like ketamine, acetylene? It'll be like some fucking chemical bullshit. And then I'll be like, no, I haven't heard of that. And it'll be like, into your brain, and you're like, God damn it!
My eyes start to get that red glow, like in the meme and everything.
Like in the meme.
And he just, I don't remember any of it because it just sounds like gobbledygook because it's like a million different science words, and he's like, oh, there's a YouTube channel where this guy talks about if you eat nothing but broccoli, you turn into acid, and then there's no more fats, and it's like, wow, that must be real.
It's like when women complain about like interpersonal drama at work or something.
It's the exact same.
You get that little ring in your ear.
That's my new hobby is like sucking people into asking about it, so then I can be like, oh, gotcha, now you're gonna hear this thing.
Yeah, I do the same, and I can't complain too much because I do the same thing. I do the same thing, but it's just with like Gundam shit where I'm like, oh, do you know what a Gyaradoga is? And people are like, no, what's a? And I'm like,
oh,
I gotcha.
By the way, Bo, when I sent that quote from the guy who created Gundam the other day,
from Tomino, yeah,
it's because I was on another show where they were trying to get me to watch this thing called Gainer.
I don't know what that is.
Gainer?
Oh, you mean like King Gainer?
I don't know. It's like some anime. It's a mecha thing.
It's like
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Where the Gundams are all going to gyms and getting protein.
Yeah,
drinks.
they get real strong.
Yeah, I saw that a long time ago. It's got like that weird dance thing at the beginning where they're all like doing the monkey or whatever, and then they all like live in a dome or something.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Overman King Gainer. That's it.
Oh yeah, that is
I think
the thing.
you did call it that. Yeah,
that is the full title. I don't know what that has to do with Yoshiyuki Tomino talking about the chick from Char's Counterattack's pussy, but you know.
He was just talking about different mecha anime the guy's like really into those.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the guys, it was Tomino and Ano. Yeah, they're kind of strange dudes, but they've also been working on Gundam for like since 1979, so their brains have turned to jello.
It happens.
That quote where he just goes on and on about this bitch's pussy and how fleshy it is or whatever.
Wait,
like,
what?
oh, the character
that's a
would
real
be
thing.
pathetic if he fucked a girl and her pussy was all dried up. He would be pathetic. So
And he's talking about a film he worked on in 1987. Like, it's like he's talking about Char's Counterattack. It's like, what are you doing? Like, this was 33 years ago. Stop it.
Was he just trolling the interviewer?
Who knows? Dude,
I don't know.
No, they say all sorts of weird stuff in interviews all the time. The two Gundam guys, Tomino and Ano, they're on a perpetual. It's how they drive model sales, I'm sure, which I'm fine with because I'll buy them.
Hey, it must work. Obviously, we need to start replicating those conversations ourselves if we want to sell books.
No. Not about Dreamkeepers, dude. It's too pure.
What?
Although, speaking of model sales, hey Liz, would you fetch those models? I wanted to show off some stuff that we were having in the works here.
The new Dreamkeepers licensed dildo and fleshlight.
Not quite, but close.
We're getting there. We're working up to it.
I guess if someone was really determined.
Oh, they are.
Egress Ramrod.
check out. This has been modeled by Morgo and 3D printed by Geo.
Oh, it's the V with the gun. Yeah, this thing's crazy. It looks
and there
really
is an
nice.
insane amount of detail in this.
And this is like a prototype.
Yeah, I think Scenario won one already because he won that skirmish tournament, and this was the prize. So he's getting one, and we are talking about, I wonder how many more of these Geo can print, because they're pretty cool, and other people would like one.
Oh, yeah.
Let me get,
I'm supposed to
He
send
did one in
stuff-
transparent resin, too, so you could actually see like the rounds in the chamber.
Stealth version. Just like those old Spider-Man toys.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to send the paintings to whoever won those tournaments, but I still haven't gotten an address, so
I'm waiting until I get the wall scrolls in, and then we'll just get the addresses all at the same time, so that way if anybody moves or whatever, it doesn't matter. We just, bam, pop them all at the same moment.
Oh, okay.
God, that looks sick, though.
Yeah,
I know, right?
But yeah, I don't know when we're going to have more of these or how many more we might have, but probably they'll be involved with the next skirmish tournament somehow.
Those look good.
So those are...
Twitch luckily
They might not-
decided to throw up its big purple screen right while you're doing this, so...
God damn it, really?
It did, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it did.
still
Yeah.
going, so give it a minute, and it goes away. It just shows up for
Yeah.
about 20 to 30 seconds every...
I might
there
need
you go,
those
it's gone.
back, Liz. Twitch does this cool thing. I'm explaining to Liz where when you're streaming on Twitch, what it does is it throws up a blank purple screen that tells people to use a different internet browser, but it doesn't tell them which one to use. And so it's convenient that way when you're showing people things on stream. All right, but if we're back, are we back now? Is
You
Twitch
are back,
still
you
being
are
Twitch?
back, you're back.
Yeah, you're back.
Now.
All right. So here is a V figurine. Whoa, look at that.
There we go. Yeah, we saw that, and then you were showing the green, and then the purple.
Yeah, all right. Let me get the green one back before the deer people strike again. And yeah, but the green one is cool.
I wonder how that chick... Yeah, how's the deer chick doing? I haven't heard about her in a while.
I don't know.
How's the deer chick doing? Fully employed with a salary that would make both of us seethe with jealousy, I'm sure. And I'm sure she's working very, very hard.
I was hoping she'd
That's
be
all-
on like a reservation and she'd be munching on the grass and she'd have a little
No,
tag in her ears.
she's. I mean, only when she's stressed out. Then munching on the lawn helps relax.
Okay.
Relax her. I
Oh,
think.
that's right.
how that
Yeah,
went.
Yeah, those look sick. I saw the.
Yeah.
I think it was the. I can't remember who it was. I think it was the Meme Keepers Twitter was talking about we need more Paige merch. Is Paige like a popular character?
Yeah, she's.
People do
was there.
like Paige.
She was there for like 2 seconds.
That got me in some trouble. Yeah.
And then she had to go
Did it?
away.
Yeah. But yeah, we should, Liz, there's people talking about Paige merch would be fun. So yeah, that's another thing we should do sometime. But I do like suggestions for merch, but I'll probably be like hesitant until I get Volume 5's Kickstarter Indiegogo stuff done. Because
Hashtag justice for Paige.
oh no! Don't start that trending. I don't need that to be a thing. Hashtag justice for Paige.
See, but then you've got like the Bonitis guys that have read Dream Keepers, and they're all like, "No, Ravat's cool, so whatever. Fuck Paige."
Ravat is a really cool character. I just like how he's like he doesn't give a fuck about fucking anything.
Yeah, he's pretty great.
Like I think that's his whole thing is he's like a malicious, sadistic monster, but he's just comfortable with who he is, and he's so honest. Like he's not like trying to like
He's
pull anybody's
comfortable
chain.
in
Well, I
his
mean,
identity.
yeah, like well, not currently in the story, like, but he's just like he knows what he is. He's not like trying to morally justify it or like try to like delude himself about how oh no, it's actually fine because it's like. No, he's like, yeah, it's horrible and monstrous. That's me. I'm a monster. Deal with it.
Hell yeah.
And just having a bad guy that's straightforward like that, I don't know. In a sense, it's almost refreshing. It's like he is a hideous monster, but at least he's not bullshitting himself.
well, chat is saying Ravat isn't a monster. He's ahead of the curve and lives in a society. So.
Oh no! Turns out Ravat was an accelerationist all along.
There you go. Thank you, chat. Thanks for that.
Could somebody please draw Ravat with the fucking Joker paint? Joker face paint.
Sean, was
Draw
that...
him voting for Joe Biden.
Sean, I think it was you that drew Bone with the Joker face paint and made me want to kill myself.
I drew like everyone in your group chat with the Joker face paint.
I think I still have the Bone one. My favorite was Boner Griffin though. That was my favorite.
Oh.
He took like all my characters from all my comics and drew them as the cast of Family Guy, and I couldn't even like look at it for 2 weeks because I felt like this weird sense of it was.
I remember Regan had. I think someone drew a picture of his character, like Family Guy style.
Yeah, no, and I sent him the thing Sean drew, and I was like, "Oh, you'll get there." Because
oh my God, Lois! Look, it's the whole cast of False Start.
It's all no, you're not wrong. They're all there. I think. Well, what? No, but you drew Ditko as Brian, which was the most fucked up part.
And I drew AJ as Lois.
Yeah. It's so bad. It's so funny. It's like,
AJ, this reminds me of the time when Sean drew us as Family Guy characters.
That's right. Yeah, I use the Boner Griffin avatar sometimes, but I don't know. I can't bring myself to do it too often.
Christopher Winsett.
Hey AJ, remember when we were watching King Gainer the other day?
Yeah, we were totally doing that.
King Gainer.
Would you say?
Now here's a real question. Are you going to put any of that fan art into your hallowed graphic novel that you've been working towards publishing for like a decade?
Knowing me, I might find a way to do it, so watch out.
I can make more.
I mean, I won't. What did you also did the thing where you did like the Meyer comic, but you did it as Loss? That was really fucked up.
I also did the Billy and Mandy one.
Yeah, and I remember that because Meyer gets his like hands run over or whatever.
No, Simon. It was Simon.
Gets
Meyer
his hand.
punched
I
him
don't
because
know.
he slapped his ass.
Fucking shit. Like, I'll meticulously paint these panels, and people are like, meme potential.
It makes me think of like the Hideki Naganuma shit, how he is on Twitter. You know what I'm talking about? The guy who like composed for fucking Jet Set Radio.
Yeah, and he just says crazy shit on Twitter.
I'm not familiar.
He's always talking about like Family Guy and the Cleveland show. He's like in Japan talking about this shit. People will be like, "Oh, you're stupid, Hideki Naganuma. Your real name is this," and he'll be like, "No, my name is Cleveland Brown."
That guy's like on drugs 24/7 or something. He just doesn't care about anything.
It's just so funny watching like a
people try to argue with him,
and
it's pointless because he's just gonna say bizarre shit. He does not care.
One time he said something about like, I wish I had a girlfriend. I really like this one girl from this anime, and I just commented on it and said, "You are gay." And then he quote tweeted it and said, "You are already dead." He'll just randomly post shit like, Son Goku is super weak. Big Chungus could take him in a fight easily.
That's amazing.
I love that guy so much, man. His Twitter is like the most fun thing ever.
Oh, I saw a fucking tweet about Big Chungus, but it was like parroting like Jordan Peterson. Hold on, I think I liked it. I want to see if I can find it.
All right, please.
It's comparing Jordan Peterson to Big Chungus.
Oh no, it was like a Jordan Peterson-esque quote, but it was like about Big Chungus. Hold on.
Okay. All right. Let's see where this goes.
Jordan
Let the man
Peterson
speak. Let's see where this goes.
Is he like alive again? Because I know for a while he was supposedly like
Dude, no, it's
getting
he just released a new episode of his podcast, and he's doing it with Matthew McConaughey. Like, it's bizarre.
What?
No, I'm not
That
joking.
is
It
really
just came
weird.
out last week. It was like Jordan
That
Peterson's
sounds like a joke.
No, it's real. He's talking with the all right guy. Like,
this is strange. Why? Why would Matthew McConaughey agree to go on that? That's so weird.
Because he just
but
released a book.
After that happened, the alt-right just like completely disowned him, and so did 4chan.
Oh, because they don't like True Detective. That's terrible.
They disowned Matthew McConaughey?
Oh, no.
A long time ago.
Matthew McConaughey, this is anonymous. We are disowning you.
You are not beast enough for us.
Get ready for Volsec to invade your mind.
All right.
You have betrayed me.
We want the guy who...
That's what he says in response.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just like alt-right, alt-right.
Yeah. All right. That's pretty good.
So like,
who's coming after you right now, Matthew? Is the alt-right. Don't let me go, Murphy's Law.
Okay, so
I remember when people were super into Jordan Peterson, and I just like was sitting there like, this guy's not really that smart, y'all.
This image is chunky, but it's fucking primordial. It's truer than true. He's Icarus, but he's gone beyond Icarus. He's accepted the mortality, embraced it. In accepting, he has conquered, ready to drink death like water. He has gone beyond life and death. Here, he is Helios, and it's just Big Chungus outside the Capitol building.
No, but I saw a quote like that before, but it said this image is Jungian instead. That's the only difference. But this is Chungian, I guess. I don't know.
Carl Chung.
Chungian.
Yeah.
I see the potential for a whole line of philosophy books now.
Everybody weighing Chungus tonight? Okay.
Everybody weighing Chungus tonight.
This is going places.
I saw someone photoshopped Big Chungus also into a photograph of some of the Capitol National Guard people deployed because they were all like the same
They're
shape.
fat.
And
They're
then Big Chungus was
huge. Who are these monsters?
Yeah,
that are...
how do you be in the army and be fat?
They're National
apparently
Guard. They're National
Because
Guard.
Because they're basically the cops. So
They still drill.
But it's
Well, yeah,
National
but
Guard.
not
It's a
in-
little
and
easier.
it's-
I have not met nobody in
various
National Guard who
reasons.
was that fat.
Apparently, if you do want to get serious about an insurrection, if you can just complete a 100-meter dash, you can outrun all of the United States security forces.
I don't want to say all. No.
Yeah, there's some big boys out there.
If those
I've
two are
seen
the
it.
ones chasing you, just toss the donut down, you're good.
President Trump wanted a wall. They gave him a wall.
Yeah. Of big
But you can
National
easily-
Guard.
Make it fall.
No, your strategy is right, Hazen. You just need suppressive donut fire. Spray donuts at that whole front line. They'll be on their hands and knees in a second. You can
They'll be
run right
fighting
past
each other.
that shit.
Supposedly
It's
there's
like when there's
other-
it's like every heist movie when there's like, how do we get past the guard dog? It's like you throw him a steak and then it's like, "Arr!" and then the guard dog is suddenly super nice.
Yeah.
It's like that
He's
with
like on
Capitol
your side
Security.
now.
Just go in there with like some baguettes, a bunch of pastries, like some tiramisu.
Dave, what are you gonna do if somebody who pays like one of the top tiers of the fucking Indiegogo, you know how like one of them like you get like your character in the book or something? Like,
yeah.
What are you gonna do if somebody's like, my character's Big Chungus?
He'll draw it. He'll
we're
just
gonna be
do it.
fucking. They're gonna get what they paid for.
No,
If
Big
someone has-
Chungus is in Dreamkeepers
I've never
officially.
commissioned art before, but I think I'm gonna do it now with that.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wants Big Chungus as their character, I would just have to check if it's literally copyright or owned by another company.
No,
but
you can just draw
Yeah,
that.
I think it's just a meme. Yeah.
if it's just a meme, and if I could just draw it, and that's the character they want in there, done deal.
See, what's going to happen now is everybody listening to this will be like, what if 30 people do it? And there's just big chunguses all over Jordan Peterson line 5 and 6.
Everybody who got that tier, they're just saying, yeah, my
Well, the people who think that are wrong because I'm sitting here thinking, I had a copyright Big Chungus.
There's like a
That's
fucking,
taking a
like,
step ahead. Smart.
There's something with these characters where like they're on like a skirmish card too, and they're like in a fucking thing in the beginning of the book, like a little like intro thing of the omnibus. It's just like 30 pages of Big Chungus, all just the same.
That would be hilarious. What
This
I wanna
could
see
be
now
volume
is-
6, people. You
know
could
how,
really.
You know how people just change the colors and make their OC Sonic characters? I want to see that with Big Chungus now. I want to see like just minor color variations, like minor hair changes, and like very slight shifts, like Big Chungus with gloves, Big Chungus with like
that's an
a
OC, an
Speedo
original
on.
Chungus.
Yeah. We all
I
need
was gonna
OC.
say that reminds me. You guys remember that Jordan Peterson bot that disappeared?
The one that, where you can talk like him. That was good. I liked that.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think I remember downloading one off 4chan, and it was like Big Chungus like shitting, and then it was like some weird scat porn thing with like Mario, but it was like Jordan Peterson like reading the whole thing out.
I know you were sending us all.
It
the
would take
version-
forever to get
you
all
were
those
sending us
too.
the one where it was Jordan Peterson reading the Isabel meme along with Ben Shapiro reading it. I think.
Oh.
No, yeah, the Ben Shapiro thing was just the image of it was like a fake Ben Shapiro quote. And, and then I also sent you the one about the one shitting on Dreamkeepers, but Jordan Peterson reading it or whatever.
That was great. I don't even know if I have that saved because I thought the
still
Jordan
have
Peterson
audio
would
files
be
on
it.
the computer, but you can
Okay.
use it as advertisement, of course.
I probably will. Hazen, you can use that. It's Jordan Peterson dumping on Dreamkeepers really hard.
Yeah, he's saying it's the worst comic of all time. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's
It's
actually
just the
like, a
worst
miracle
comic
from
I've
God
ever
that
read.
it actually
Yeah.
exists.
Although, if I could really, like, this is what I should have done instead of like getting Milo to do a live read of Dreamkeepers on his podcast. I should have just waited for the technology to replace him. I mean, I could have gotten anyone to do a live read of Dreamkeepers. I would love to do Ben Shapiro like ripping apart Dreamkeepers, or Ben Shapiro doing anything would be just goddamn hilarious.
Why is this kid not going in school? Why is he causing trouble?
Guys,
This is not a good role model.
Ben Shapiro
Guys,
voicing Randy. Oh man, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Dreamkeepers, okay, Dreamkeepers, perhaps the worst comic I've ever read. There's nothing funny in it at all, nothing funny. It's too long, too very long, so long.
What would be better would be to get Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson in like a heated ad hominem debate over whether Dreamkeepers or False Start is the worst comic.
Oh god.
Hey, excuse me, I don't think Ravat did anything wrong. He's just a very nice guy, very misunderstood, like someone else.
Terrific guy.
Well, if you look at the archetype of Meyer, it goes to some dark places in human nature, and portrayed as he is, and the ambivalence of the portrayal can lead to massive psychological ramifications in the eye of the viewer, making it far more damaging than any Dreamkeepers comic fan.
Okay, hold on. Tell me if you guys can hear this.
David Lilly's graphic novel.
Yes.
You got to hear the whole thing.
Okay, yeah. Everybody quiet. Sorry, I heard the voice. Okay, let's hear it.
David Lilly's graphic novel Dreamkeepers is the worst fucking comic of all time. Holy shit. The story and art are so terrible that it's actually a kind of miracle that it even exists.
So there's your 5-star review.
That's so weird. It's kind of a miracle that it even exists. It's weird.
I can't believe they took that toy away. That was such a good toy.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Well, you thank Jordan Peterson for that, apparently.
I also have one about him reading a passage from Mein Kampf, and there's like this dramatic soundtrack in the background.
Pretty funny.
But the technology's gotten really good. I mean, at this point, people even think Joe Biden is still alive. So that's
No, they
Did you
switched-
see
remember they switched
like that one
faces.
interview where they like tried to like digitally separate him from the background, and they ended up like only doing it like on his head and hands, like, and he looks like he's wearing like a rubber mask of himself.
What? Wait, hold on. That sounds like something I'd think of when I was high. What?
They like sometimes when they edit like professional video stuff, they'll separate like the subject from the background digitally. They have plugins and stuff to do that, and then they go in and like clean it up. But it was a Joe Biden interview, so they probably thought nobody was gonna watch it anyway. So they fucking they went in and tried to like separate him, but they ended up like only doing it like on his head and hands. So like if you look at his wrists and his neck, you can see like a line of like jagged pixels that just don't fucking match the color. Like it's a very stark contrast. It's like like modeling on a horse or something. And it looks like he's wearing like a rubber mask and gloves of himself.
No, that's cool. I like that.
So it was fun. So, but that explains the memes going around that he's like a lizard demon person or something.
Wait, he's not.
Well, a lot of people were using it to say like, "Oh, this is a clone. This is a shapeshifter." Like, like I looked at it and I was like, "I don't know. Maybe like that looks weird as fuck." And then somebody pointed out like, "No, dude, this is look. There's pixels here. Like this is like editing shit." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that is what
That's
that
just what
is."
happens when you overdose on adrenochrome.
Yeah, when the adrenochrome hits too hard, you
Just
wear
what
a mask of
happens when
yourself.
you don't know how to fuck with After Effects, right?
Yeah.
That's funny. I'll have to take a look at that because I love like weird editing and like special effects mix-ups, especially when it involves real people. It's like, yeah, we're gonna make this look better, and it looks worse. It's like, hell yeah.
I'll send it to you, dude. I think I still have it somewhere.
Thank you.
Now listen here, Jack. I'm one of those. What are they called? You know, they put on the flesh and the skim walker. Yeah.
Oh
one of those.
no! Yeah, why
It's
not?
starting to sound like a Bill Cosby.
Our
bit.
first skinwalker president. Why not? That's diverse.
I'm gonna put it in your chat.
Just the other day, I was one of those. You know, they bark, they howl. Yeah, I was chasing after some prey.
Oh man, I wish we had time, but it's like almost 11.
Yeah.
There's a guy I talked to. There's a guy I talked to this week who was fucking like legit, like he believes in like the reptilians sort of thing.
Oh, fun one. There you go.
It was weird because like a lot of the shit he was saying like was like, oh, and I've never heard like this stuff about that. Like it was like detailed.
No, the
Did
reptilian.
it kind of make sense though?
Oh.
Some of it like could if you like suspend your disbelief a little bit.
No, I remember talking to a guy who was very convinced that he was going to be part of a Starship Troopers army that was going to fight bugs that were going to come out of portals that lived under Obama's White House. He was very convinced of this.
You don't need to rub it in. Not everyone is right about everything, God.
Well, it was like a two-tiered thing though, where he was like the little beta guy because he had his alpha who was telling him like, yeah, when I'm in charge, you'll get to fight the bugs that come out of the portals. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna fight the bugs. and I'm like, none of this is real. He's like, no, it's real. I'm gonna fight the bugs. The guy said so. I get to shoot the bugs from the portals. I was like, all right, and you know,
I want to fight the bugs.
this was about 6 years ago. Still no bugs or portals for him to fight, but maybe he's still going. God bless him.
Well, Obama's not even president anymore.
Actually, wait, that guy was one of the last cons Dave and I were at together. The one where you got in trouble for running your illegal gambling operation.
We're in Migration North.
Yeah, because the guy who thought he was gonna fight the bugs, he was there. He had a table.
Oh, I'm not surprised that he was able to get a table because
Is he trying to like recruit people?
I didn't ask him about it because I didn't want to talk about bugs and portals and laser guns at the furry convention because I don't like talking to a lot of these people. It's talking to lunatics. But he seemed like he was doing okay. I didn't ask him how he was doing on the bug portal front. I just avoided that entirely. But he was there because I was like, oh my god, it's that guy. I haven't talked to him in years. Does he still believe that? Oh.
Oh no.
You you know, you just don't bring up the bugs of the portals. You just talk about the buttholes they're drawing, and it's better. This is my life.
Aren't those technically portals?
Portals to poop. Yeah. These are the people, these are my peers that you sit a few tables down from them. It's like, hey, I do everything traditionally, and I use these old methods to paint. I believe in bugs and buttholes.
It's okay. We're building a new community with new peers. It's going to be a better place, a happier place.
But we ran gambling operations, and they got mad at us.
I do remember that convention is the one
That was
where
weird. That was so weird.
First off, when I applied, they were like, "Oh no, you're rejected." Just because.
Oh yeah, that was right. I gave you my table because I bought 2.
So you were like, "Hey David, I got 2 tables. We'll just table share. It's no big deal." And so I get there, and they have tables that they could not fill in the dealer's room that they were literally trying desperately to give away to anyone that they could see just standing around. They're like, hey, we need someone to fill all these tables. We couldn't get enough people to buy our tables. Please, can you fill an extra table? Can you fill an extra table? Do you know anyone that wants to fill an extra table? So I was like, okay, so it's good to know when people tell me, oh, there's just not enough room. Cool. That's obviously like bald-faced lies. And then they gave me such a spoiled milk look when they saw me setting up like the Dreamkeepers table. It's just like, oh yeah, they definitely know who we are. They don't want us around. And then when our table was massively popular, they came over and tried to be like, you have to stop this. It's illegal. It's gambling. And it's like, no, it's not. It's just that we're doing something. Police. It's just really fun and people like it. And our table's very popular. I'm sorry. And
yeah, that was I'd forgotten how weird that got. But that was right. I just got you. Well, me and you have done that for each other, where it'll be this con doesn't like Bone, this con doesn't like Dave's, but they like the other one, and they'll let it. So we help each other out.
You will notice that right after Furry Migration North, this is the convention where all this went down at. Right after that convention, Anthrocon implemented a brand new policy that strictly prohibited table sharing unless they quote unquote curated both people. So it's like, okay, it's pretty easy to see that you guys are talking to each other. It's not that hard to figure out which way the wind is blowing here. And then, they tried to give me like the baloney story, but we already talked about the blocking me and like, we want to work with you so bad. But actually, Furry Migration North is actually, it was in that hotel room together where we actually came up with the Vivid Publishing slogan, which is read what you want, think what you want, cut free, and be vivid. That's where we came up with, like, you know what? It's just like, it's so simple. We just want people to be able to enjoy what they want to enjoy. And it seems like there's so much pushback against that. And yeah, that's kind of like where some of our ideals were maybe not decided, but sort of crystallized or realized.
Oh yeah, Blue Claw, he met us at Free Migration North. So despite that convention's best efforts, we were still there. That's kind of the ongoing Vivid story is, despite blankety blank's best efforts, we still kept making books and paintings.
And thank you folks for watching us stream and like doing just anything, because it's obviously not due to the established gatekeepers that we're getting anywhere. It's because of you guys. So thank you.
Yeah, people are gonna like what they want to like. It turns out they want to have fun. It is 10 to 11 though. I think Dave and I both subconsciously were like, let's go a little longer since Hazen showed up a little late and all that. Let's give everybody some time. It's good to have Sean.
Yeah, we like
Sean,
that
it was
guy.
good to have you pop in too to help me with my printer. Despite that didn't matter at all. Whatever, but but yeah.
I'll be here.
It's always good to hear you guys. It's good to have extra voices, especially since Nico had to leave because it's like 7 a.m. in Swampland or whatever. So
everybody's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
It is 10:45. I am mucho tired. I'm gonna continue inking this thing that I could not show anybody what I was drawing, like I said. So you had to look at me emote and do stuff, and all my action figures behind me during the stream. So thank you for putting up with that.
All right,
good.
guys.
Well.
Guys, before we finish up,
Oh, Colin, what do you got for us, buddy?
I've got one more Jordan Peterson clip. Do you want to hear about
I
his opinion on
Yes.
goats or pennies?
Goats.
Goats. I'm feeling goats.
Okay.
Goats, yeah.
It's not safe for work. Is that okay?
That's fine, as long as it's not visual.
Okay.
As long as we don't see Jordan
No,
Peterson's
it's just
penis.
audio.
That's fine. You can audio is.
It's breaking news. New hidden audio that just leaked from Jordan Peterson's computer. We're gonna find out the truth. Okay.
Oh man.
I lost my virginity.
Okay, you guys hear that?
I heard.
Playing the
Virginia.
clip.
Yeah.
I lost my virginity to a goat.
Mm.
I was working at a bird sanctuary, and they had some goats and sheep there. I was left to close up one day, and I thought I'd stay around because the weather was awesome. It was so peaceful. I got horny and decided to act on all the animal porn I'd watched and found so fucking I tied one of the goats up in one of the hay barns and fucked it bareback in the ass. It was fucking amazing. And I was shit scared in case I got caught. That was like 6 years ago. And since then, I've fucked about 8 girls and 2 guys, and nothing was as good as that goat. I'm planning on doing something similar again soon and on a regular basis. Cake.
So yeah, breaking news.
Oh my God. Well, there you go.
Well, he said it the right way, I guess.
No.
Finally,
wonder,
an update.
No wonder Matthew McConaughey wanted to be on that podcast.
You get turned up at Jordan Peterson's JP's house, dude.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen in the belly of a whale.
That is chaos.
Apparently. All right. Well, let's round it down here. Any guys you want to say anything before we wrap it up?
Read bonitiscomics.com and dreamkeeperscomic.com.
Please do. Please do. Those are totally navigatable websites with comics that you can read. Read them.
Indeed.
Running on only the latest of PHP technologies.
Only the latest of Dave and I trying to figure out how to do an FTP client.
Join Minds.
Minds.
Join trafficinsider.org.
I'll have to ask you about Traffic Insider. I need to set up a Minds tomorrow, but I also have to read everything I got to review tomorrow, so it's gonna be a busy day. Oh God,
Yeah.
the internet's breaking so fast and nothing works.
If anyone wants to link up with us, I think we're just at Dreamkeepers on Minds. So jump in there, and then we can start cross-posting stuff.
It sounds like Jordan Peterson may make an appearance on the Zooier Than Thou podcast soon too, which is pretty cool.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Well, they got to replace Douglas Spink because
we should talk about that one next week.
Oh.
Boy. Yeah.
I mean, Dave and I figured out a funny timeline thing that happened with that, but we can talk about that next week.
Yeah.
But yeah, we will be back next week. I don't believe any of us has anything going on that's crazy. Hazen, it's always nice to have you, so hopefully you don't sleep through it. I missed you, my friend. I like talking to you on the screen. So, Sean, you're always invited as well. Colin, obviously, with all of your great breaking Jordan Peterson news. Great. Very great. I'll be recording Shots with Comics tomorrow. I haven't done any of my reading yet. I don't know what I'm going to be reading. Who knows? It'll probably all be garbage. All right, I think that's everything, though. I think we're good for this week on the Snake Pit.